Hello, we are live. This is Tim Goodwin, streaming out of Arizona, commentating here. Sitting next to co-host Brandon Neal. We're going to be doing the PPD qualifiers round one for the TOC finale. This is where these players are going to be finding their seat to figure out which bracket they're going to be in at that TOC finale. The higher they place, the better chances they have of reaching that bigger money. Looking forward to a great day. And like I said, my name's Tim Gooden. I'm from Arizona and looking to have a great time with you guys today.
And I'm Brandon Neal out of Omaha, Nebraska. And we're coming out the gate with a barn burner. Mr. Cortez against Danny Baggish. Daryl's out of Star City Amusement, Houston, and against Danny. And you see Ram beside him. And looks like Daryl won the cork. So, oh no, starts off a little slack with a 2 mark, but such is life in round one. I think this is going to be.
That's not something you want to do with the Danny Baggish coming up behind you. You know, you win the cork, and then he comes up and bangs the triple 20 twice, missing the third one to take that lead of 60.
Yeah, when you have the start like that, you'd ideally like to have a little bit more. But yeah, that's a good comeback right there, though. I think we're
definitely
settling in now, and I expect Danny.
Yeah, this is their second match, right? Round two. They both sat there and won their first round. If we're looking at the bracket, and so this is going to be a race to two. They should be going pretty quick. You know, with these type caliber players, these games are going to be pretty fast. So Baggish throws in another 6.
Yeah, and speaking of talent, I mean, you have Danny Baggish, who's a 5.496, playing Daryl, who's a 4.475. So 2 of the higher averages in this event. Running into each other in round 2 is unfortunate, but with this being triple elimination, they'll have plenty of time. Whoever comes out on the wrong end will have plenty of time to make a comeback. And I expect these two to finish top 5.
Oh yeah, definitely. They should have the run for it. Like you mentioned, this is triple elimination. The first round's gonna be race to 2, all cricket. Second round's gonna be race to 2, cricket 0-1, and then cricket. If I'm wrong, I think it's one or the other. And then the final round is 1 game of cricket today on the loser bracket. So the top 4 today are guaranteed the elite position into the lead finale bracket, and that's where first place prize money is 15,000 apiece for the winners of that event alone. So these guys are sitting there setting themselves up to play for some big money here in October. And as we see, Baggish is coming out alive, even though he's going second. He's sitting there throwing strong average. He's sitting there with 6.67 and a 5 there. Cortez going to try and hit the 16s and then get the point lead. He does with the 7 mark.
Yeah, and on top of qualifying for the finale, there is some actual prize money up for grabs today too. First place taking home 300. Second, we get 250. Third, we get 150. Fourth, we'll get 100, and then 50 each for 5th through 8th.
Nice. And there we have our first 9 mark there of the day. As Danny Baggish goes up and throws in 3 triple 18s to take a big point lead. And then back to back throws it right behind him. Daryl Cortez throwing a 9 mark as well.
Fireball.
So that's a Purple Punch Productions thing. And, as I mentioned on the first stream, I'm not a big fan of that. But that's their thing. I guess it's maybe something I don't say. But, I am going to bring something back from college we used to say all the time. It's a little BBDH, a little bang, bang, daddy's home. And so maybe we'll put that in play when I see some 9 marks.
That's aggressive. I like it. We are getting some fireworks now, as I've seen some 9s and 7s start to come in. So looks like that they're getting warmed up, hitting the home stretch here. So Danny's likely going to sew this up in one more round, it looks like.
Yeah, it is. He hits that trip 15, just misses a bull. If he went straight at the 18, just missed that into the 1. Ends up hitting the extra 54 points, putting himself up 4 bulls ahead. Cortez doesn't have a shot at the game or the opportunity to get ahead, but he does lock in 2 bulls, trip 18 to shut those down. So now it's 5-3 bulls left. Bag starts out with a single. misses with the second, moves over to the right, and crashes another single, leaving Daryl Cortez a slim chance, but definitely a decent one when it comes out. 5 bulls coming up. Misses first start, hits
Do
first
it
single.
now.
Yep, he
Looks like
puts
Danny's
himself
going to
within
take leg
reach.
one.
Yeah, Danny walking up to hit one, smashes the double bull first shot, and takes leg one. Now, with this
Nothing hurt.
format, loser starts, right? And so Daryl
Yeah.
Cortez is going to get the start again here, throwing that 5.46, 4.9. So Daryl ends up throwing a little higher, about 5.5 higher than his average coming in. And you can see, even going first, that wasn't enough to overtake Baggish's high power MPR.
Starting off a lot stronger this leg, though, with the 7 mark. If he stays steady like that, this should go to the decider. Although Danny does bring a lot of firepower, so you never know how many 9 marks he can run off in a row.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. I mean, as Baggish throws a 5 mark, he's just keeping himself within reach. Cortez, I would assume he would go up and hit that trip 20 points or try to make it. He's getting aggressive and try and close those 19s down. I like that play. Closes him down, pushes Baggish to a new number.
Yeah, I've heard it said several times on the stream, when you are the lower, less skilled player, you do want to try to shorten up the game as much as possible before something like this happens. Yep.
Yeah, and that makes sense. I mean, he sits there and brings in that BBDH right there. Bang, bang, daddy's home. Dan Baggish throws in trip 20, trip 18, trip 18. Daryl's going to
Comes an
follow him
answer.
up and hits the same thing, right? He hits 9 mark, and Daryl goes up and throws 3 trip 17. So we've definitely got a lot of fireworks on this first match here.
Yeah, this is about what I expected. I think every 9 mark that Danny has thrown, Daryl's answered with the 9 mark back. That's just kind of his personality. He's always been that way. I've played against Daryl hundreds of times, and it feels like every 9 mark I throw, he throws a 9 mark as well. So it's his MO.
Yeah, he's definitely a scrapper, right?
Yeah.
So he sits there and he ends up keeping the foot on the gas, closes, hits trip 17, closes the 18s on Danny, and now has a 104-point lead, pushing Danny Baggish to probably stay on the 16s with all 3 darts.
And it's a really good comeback after that leg 1 performance, getting beat fairly handily. Coming back and putting in a leg like this is what he needed to do. I saw Danny clip both of those corners, though. That might come into play here shortly.
Yeah, and as Daryl goes up to try and close him out, misses the first 2 darts, but does collect on the trip 17 to get more points. Baggish is probably going to shut down that 17 if he collects 2 triples to sit there and force Daryl in the same shot. He does hit a trip 16, misses the second, gets the third, trying to catch back up in points. Now, if you're looking, you're right. When you're talking about Daryl, coming back fine, you think having a play, knowing that you've got 2 more shots coming down the road with that second chance and that third place, keeps that comfortable when you're on this top side?
I do. It definitely takes a little bit of that must-win pressure off of you, knowing that you're probably the second or third best player in this event, in this bracket. So, you have plenty more opportunities to come back, and you have nothing to lose, really. And I think that he's displaying that a little bit. But
there is Danny throwing in another 9 mark, taking that lead.
And he's got the 2 zones. This is, they got out of control really quickly. When we were chatting and I saw that he went across and got that 15 as well, I was like, oh no, that might hurt in a few minutes.
Yeah, it seems to stretch him a little bit. It's not a tough shot when they do that and lock it down, but it does look scary on the board when you're sitting there trying to play ahead, keep that lead. You think you've got it. You miss those darts by a hole, and then it can turn and snowball the game. And that's what happened. Danny takes it 2-0 there with a big 6-2-9. He sat there and didn't waver on any shots, even though he's behind the majority of that leg. And as you mentioned, he's got the corners down on the bottom, and that can be a big game changer if in cricket. If you're not ready to shut those down pretty quick, you can turn around and fire back. But luckily, Danny didn't have those big numbers to worry about. He kept shutting them down when he got the opportunity. So he wasn't fighting 15s to 16s against 20s or anything like that. So, made it a little simpler to come back on those numbers.
Yeah, and when it comes to Daryl, on the surface, it's going to look, demoralizing a little bit, right? He shot 4.9, 5.0, and didn't win either leg. However, moving forward, if he continues that sort of standard, I don't see any way that he doesn't make a comeback. Storm his way back
100%
through this
agree.
bracket.
Yeah, if you look at the bracket, I mean, there's definitely some talent in all three brackets. As you know, there are a total of 3 men's brackets today. There's 2 women's brackets trying to qualify, and with each bracket, there's definitely some talent in every one of them. Everybody here is qualified and taking the time to play the games, get their averages where they need to be, to be able to jump into these brackets and see where they sit. And so, if we're looking at Danny Baggish's bracket, which is what bracket number 2. And so when we're looking at that bracket, we see quite a few names in there. You've got Hunter Van Beek, you've got Sean Cafflish, who's been doing well out of Wisconsin, I believe. You got Ray Morgan, who throws 10,000 games a day. And then you've got Jonathan Long. He's looking forward to try and put up a show today. He is actually on the same side as Danny Baggish, so you never know if they're going to get to see each other today.
Yeah, and Mr. Ryan Sofa at the bottom playing against Jonathan Long, 2 really good friends of mine. Ryan's been running really hot lately. I saw him post his recent tournament stats this morning, and they were all in the high 4s. So, and I know that that's where Jonathan Long is. Ray Morgan's in the same area. So they're gonna. I mean, there's no easy road there for any of them. That's
definitely not. I mean, depending on who wins
former
that Jonathan Long and Ryan Sofa match, they're going to walk right into Ray Morgan and then see Danny Baggish, right? Because Danny Baggish is going to be sitting there waiting for him now. And as we mentioned, these brackets are going to go pretty quick, especially on the top side, when they're best 2 out of 3, and then going forward, Danny Baggish's next match is going to be race at 3, which makes it even more tough for Ray or Jonathan or Ryan that come in to try and fight that guy. Because me personally, if I'm going to play against Danny Baggish, I'm going to want to play best 2 out of 3, or even better, I want to play him on the last chance bracket with 1 leg. And so that's, being, I don't want to sit there. You put a longer format in front of that guy. He's going to sit there and beat a lot of these people 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. The best chance to pick off Danny Baggish is now in the rearview mirror because we're playing more legs now. And then the next round, it's going to be 4 legs. Oof. I mean, that's a lot to ask out of anyone in this bracket, be in 4 games.
Agreed. But there are a couple people that can do it. I mean, you've got Mr. Rich Sturbings, who did pretty well in the CSI last season, and he's sitting there picking his game up quite a bit. I don't have too much history besides that CSI, but he's on the top side of that bracket and getting closer to that edge as well. We have another local guy here to Arizona, Rich Shervin, putting on a show. Already gone through Casey Jones, Casey Hayes, and now he's fighting against Randy White. That's going to be a tough battle. Nice one, And so I'd like to see. I know Rick locally has been shooting some great darts. He's running, around a 4+. He's one of the better players in Arizona, and even one of the captains on some of our premier and challenge leagues.
Yeah, and if he wins this one, his next opponent is not going to be any easier because he's going to run into Matt Purdon or Randy White. I'm not sure what Randy's current average is, but he's been really good in the past. And Matt Purdon's at least a 4-3, 4-3, 4-4 area. So,
right. Yeah. So they're sitting pretty close then. So those are going to be some great battles. And then I see Mr. Chris Trinidad join the chat. Hey, welcome to the stream. It's great to see you always. And, thanks for your support.
Looks like we have a match. Mr. Fred Mitchell against Jeremiah Berger.
Oh, yeah, coming up. Good stuff. So I don't know. I don't have any history with Fred Mitchell. I mean, I've been watching Jeremiah Berger play on some of these streams. He's been on the CSI as well. And, and he comes
needs to go left side right here.
Watch him take second place. As we can see, this is the cork, right?
Yeah, he just needs to go left side and get the lead. Yeah. Smart dart.
Smart. Yeah, it gets a 162 up there. Backing off, that's a great dart. I love the smart play right there on the first player hitting that. Why he went trip 20, trip 25, right? You'd think if you hit the trip 20, trip 20 bull, you'd win there as well. But let's see. Fred, who did these guys play to begin with? Let's see. Where are they at?
Jeremiah Berger committing the rookie mistake, needing to put in a little more money before they start their match. Been there, my friend. Been there.
Well, it's better than not having any money in the pocket and then walking up to the board, right?
That's
So
true.
that's been my spot.
Yeah, because then you got to hit the
Adam, where are
ATM
you?
and
Adam.
then hit the bar so you can get change. It's just a disaster. By the time you get back to the board, you're all discombobulated.
All right. Well, this match looks to be not on the winner's side. This is going to be the first loss side, and it'll be they sat there and looks like Fred lost his first round to Eric McCarroll, and then won against Greg Wells, sitting here against Jeremiah Berger, who looks to be he won his. Let's see, where is it at? He won his first round against Jake Schriever. That must have been a great match there. He lost to Jimmy Boone. So this format here is going to be Cricket 01 or it's Cricket 01 Cricket. I remember we've switched the format at some point. Okay, so it'll be Cricket 01 and then it'll be Cricket if they go to the third. Jeremiah starting out, he hits 3 singles, thinking it was going to be a little weak, but with that comeback from Fred, he only hits a single, leaving Jeremiah Berger the free run to take on the next numbers. Goes for the 19s, it's single, triple, and then tries to stay there or move to 17, but hits a 3.
And I agree with that. I think that's a smart move with his opponent not closing the 20 and having free reign at the 19 there. I think that's smart.
Yeah, I agree. And then he goes down and does close the 17s, but he doesn't really have a strong flow going yet. Fred's going to have to sit there and try and get some marks up there because he's not scaring Jeremiah at all. So Jeremiah goes and directly closes the 17, shoots at the 18.
Yeah, it looks like Jeremiah might be on a little bit of cruise control right now. Definitely in control. Fred just needs to throw in one good solid round to let him know that he's in a fight. Not quite
Definitely. I mean, if you sit there and leave this guy on a freeway, he's going to sit there and just keep running and rail you, right? And so looks like he does sit there and get some 18s, get some points, and that does turn Jeremiah Berger. He goes up, misses all 3 darts for the first round of this.
Yeah, you don't see that much out of Maya. The air round usually ends them pretty well. So to see that, not too much punishment though. He's going to be 53 points behind. So 1 triple, and then you'll be able to throw 2 fat ones to close the 18, which is what I expect.
Yeah, he looked right at that double, misses, but does get the 3rd dart. A little Mike Maloney double for the close.
I mean, it works out the same. I just 2 fats right there would have been a lot better in my opinion.
But I tend to agree, but you never know. I mean, if your arm's a little tense, you try to throw that inside wire. It does go a little high. Me personally, 18s, I can hit double 18s better than I can hit triples. And so I'll sit there and find that trip 4 quite a bit, but when I'm going up that 18.
My argument is if you make that same mistake and you're throwing at the triple and you throw it a little high, hey, it's a single. Now you took all the pressure 100%. Off. Fat single.
Definitely. Balls. Yeah, I know Mike sits there and he's a proponent of it because he doesn't miss much, right? And so if you're not going to miss the dart, it doesn't matter what you shoot at, as long as you're hitting what you have to. So you can make any argument you want when you don't miss.
Yeah, and it does breed false confidence amongst us mere mortals who might miss one every now and then.
Yeah, and then hearing that tar can definitely change your attitude as soon as we throw that first one and you throw it in that and just goes.
Oh, that's the worst sound.
There goes my confidence.
Yep.
Yeah, whoever made that sound, thank you for ruining my desire to go back at them doubles ever again. But
it is discouraging.
You got Jeremiah Berger walking up, hitting 2 15s and getting a free look at the bulls. Again, Fred's not putting up a big enough battle here. Some slack rounds going on. Maybe these guys, after losing that last round, aren't feeling as confident as they normally would here. And they don't also have like we mentioned on that, when you're on that winner side, you get a little more confidence, a little less. You got more leeway to sit there and miss a few shots. And you can see here these guys seem to be a little tense.
Yeah, and you're right. The road's getting shorter and shorter, so you got to start performing quickly, and that does start weighing on you after a little. It gets a little heavy on the shoulders, but Maya misses his first dart and then hits 2 big ones following that up. So that pretty much puts a bow on this leg.
Well, I tell you what, it does put a bow on this leg. Jeremiah Berger is most likely going to hit it here pretty quick, but that hat trick right there from Fred got to be a huge confidence booster going right into the next 501, right? Because they're going to be shooting Fat Bull, and he's
That's
going to get the
a good
start.
point. Yep, that's exactly what I was thinking. Those are three big bulls considering what game you're about to start.
Oh, 100%. I mean, and, for me personally, if I sit there and win the cricket, and I'm in this first loser side, I win the cricket, I'm good, I'm confident, but I do not enjoy going into 501, going second against a lot of the talent up here because, these guys are going to be throwing 10 darters a lot, 10, 12
10 to
darters.
12. Yeah.
Yep. If you're going second, you're going to have to start looking at those nines, and it's not fun to do under pressure.
Odds are not
So,
in your favor. That's for sure.
definitely not. I mean, there's not too many people in these brackets. There are quite a few that can, but there's not a lot that have the confidence to sit there and try and fight that. They're gonna most likely shoot the bulls all day, being the biggest target,
Oh, this is
and
cricket.
hoping they get an opportunity for the win there. Yeah, it looks like the format is cricket, and then the final leg is 0-1. I know they made the change recently for the All Stars or for the Nationals, and so I was wondering if that change was going to play here. It looks like it is in play. So me
Wow,
personally, I
that
think that's a fantastic change. Like we
third
just
leg
mentioned, I would
court.
hate giving away. I would hate giving away first on an 0-1 game when we're battling in cricket all day. And so I do love this change in format. Great choice.
Yeah, and I can see the where some skill comes in there, and you take a little bit of the chance out, right? Because you can throw for your opportunity to start in the 501 game because the cork is going to
Exactly.
determine
Right.
that. So
And if you sit there and don't win that cork, so hey, hey, you've got to put that fight in and be in that same spot. But given the opportunity, I'd much rather have the opportunity, the ability to take that first round in 0-1 because it is very crucial, especially under pressure. I mean, even if you don't hit that hat trick to start, you still got an opportunity to stay within those reins and keep leading if you know. And so a player can sit there and shoot perfect darts going second, and first player can miss 2 or 3 darts and still smoke them.
yeah, that's the opportunity to throw a 12 dart 501 fat bull game and still just be in control the whole time is rough going second.
Agreed. Agreed. Because you can have all the confidence, but that one miss, that one hole can change everything, right?
Yeah.
So as we look in here, Jeremiah Berger sits there and locks down all the numbers. Shoots at 16, just misses, but he is in the point lead by 25 right now. Fred's going to sit there and try and load up and hit as many 16s as he can. He goes up and hits six pack, just missing the 9. Takes the point lead.
Yeah, that was a big round for Fred to breathe some life back into this round, this match for him, because he's going to have a chance here to throw with Jeremiah just picking up a 7-point lead. He can, basically throw a 4 mark right here. And
Yeah, and honestly, I think I like the move. Trip 16, try and shut it down. He does miss that second dart,
just
stays
high.
at that 15. I probably would have tried to run back being the bigger number. I probably would have went back to that 16 and try because he just spent 2-3 rounds solid smashing that trip 16.
Yeah.
But it gives Jeremiah the opening. He hits a 4 mark, doesn't take that big of a lead, is 2 marks up. So if he, again, Fred's got a shot, trip 16, and he can go for the close.
He is
It's
just
the double
punishing that trip
15.
16.
That's
That's
right.
the
He's
first
not
one I've
missing
seen
that
him
much,
miss.
is he? Yeah, he sat there, went at the bull, I think. I know he went back at the 16, just missing. He's up 2 bulls right now, looking at the stats. And Jeremiah cuts that down to 3-3, shuts down the 16s. So now he's under pressure. You've got a chance here. You got to hit a hat trick just like you did in the first round to get yourself the opportunity into the second. And he smashes double. Now, look at that confidence, man. That's what you want going into this next leg. I mean, he sat there and knows I'm not missing bulls or
No,
16s.
hasn't missed
So,
a bull yet. Yeah. Yeah.
and that's going to play on Jeremiah too, right? Thinking he was in control the majority of that leg and
Yeah.
gets taken out by the 16s.
Mr. Mike Redmond joining us. What's up, Mike?
Hey, buddy, what's going on, Mr. Mike Redman? Thanks for joining us. Jeremy, yes, this is Tim Goodwin on the mic out of Arizona, and we've got Brandon Neal out of Omaha sitting here as well. want to thank you all for joining us, watching some of these qualifiers. This is the first round of 4 qualifiers for players to make their statement, get into the brackets they want to get. There's 4 brackets this year, right? And the majority of us want to be in the elite, if not all. Some may not want to sit there and fight that top bracket, but those are the guys that are probably not going to be in it.
Well, Fred has clawed his way back in after being almost out of this match at one point. He clawed back to 16s, hit the bull. Now he's won the cork and going first in 501 with a great chance to walk away with a win here.
You're right. And I mean, I don't know the stats between these two. It would be great to see, because if I'm Fred and I'm sitting probably around a 3-5 or so, I'm not sure exactly where he is, going up against Jeremiah Berger, who is a 4 shooter, right? A little over 4. And I'm going to have all the confidence going into this 501 game, knowing that I smash bulls, and if I go up and put a big ton right off the bat, then I know I'm going to put the pressure on. Unfortunately, he doesn't do that. Only gets 60. Missing that bull for the first time. That's going to give Jeremiah the opportunity to sit there and take a good ton lead.
Yeah, if Fred is from South Dakota, so Fred's coming into 3.387. Jeremiah Berger is a 4.391. So there is basically a full mark per round difference between them.
Yeah, you're not kidding. That is, it was. Well, if you look at the first 2 legs of cricket, Jeremiah did not play up to par, right? He was able to take the first leg. He sat there and shot decent. Second leg, they went back and forth, but it wasn't that big of a round. He didn't step on the gas, didn't hold it. So you can see that 1 point separation wasn't enough, right? So, and that's mainly because, he didn't put on he didn't shoot above his average or around it. But here we go. We've got those. Fred's still got an opportunity here. He's going to have shoot this out in 9 darts, because Jeremiah could sit there and take this game out in 6.
So Jeremiah has now stolen the start.
Yes, so effectively, he has taken the throw, meaning that he's going to have the first opportunity as long as he continues throwing the way he is at the out, which is most important in 5-1. Hey, Kicks, what's going on, buddy? You see my brother is on chat. Hey, what's going on, James? He says, Brandon, I'm ready for a dad joke. You got one lined up there, bud?
I don't have one in the chamber. I can come up with one. I'm sure.
Let's see. Fred, unfortunately, doesn't sit there and capitalize on Jeremiah's last throw. Only hits 25, keeping Jeremiah the lead here again.
Yeah, they both started limping toward the finish line here, really not capitalizing on the bullseye. They're both struggling.
Oh, yeah. This game has definitely become scrappy, right? And these are the type of games, if you're the higher player, you don't want to be in a scrappy leg. 116 leaving the hat trick out, especially against somebody who's, fiery, wanting to hit it. And obviously you see that in the second leg that he's willing to go for it.
I just want to jump in here real quick, just because I noticed that. Look at how, if Fred does get another opportunity to throw, look at how he stands at that line. He has both feet.
Like he's shooting a free throw.
Yeah, that is so hard to do. Like, it is hard to describe to somebody to not have your shoulder turned in, but to have both feet forward. It's a very hard stance to have. And Fred's actually playing out of a streaming location. He's playing out of the nickel spot, which we actually do have Eric Schul playing on the stream board there currently. But yeah, look at that. Just
great call out. You're right. That is definitely difficult to do, because that's all arm, right? And so you're not using any body movement, no moors. You're using all arm straight forward. Yeah, that's definitely a tough throw. I wouldn't recommend it to people.
And if you've ever tried it, your arm wants to go across your body. But anyway, Jeremiah takes it out. Game 3, he's moving on. I thought that, I didn't think. I know Maya very well. I knew that it wasn't going to rattle him, but there was an opportunity there for Fred. He threw the hat trick to put the pressure on Maya, but Maya was ready for it.
There definitely was, and if Fred was going to have an opportunity, he gave it to himself. Unfortunately, gave it away going first and didn't hit strong enough on that 0-1 to take it. But, the opportunity was there. He gave it a battle. Look forward. He's still got one game on the loser-loser side to try and come back and earn a spot into the top upper brackets. Looks like we moved over to Mr. Trent Wagner and Eric Schul. Not sure what leg they're on, but these guys are right down to the finish line here, shooting at the bullseyes. Unfortunately for Trent, he misses all three there, leaving Eric a total of 4 bullseyes to hit to try and take this game out. Hey, Charles Tyler. What's going on, bud? It's great to see you as well. Welcome to the chat. Hope you're enjoying the show. This is leg 1.
Trent Wagner, one of the nicest gentlemen in the game. Very familiar with him.
He's also he's a player. He's sponsored by, I think, Raptor Darts up there as well, right? And runs a lot of the equipments and stuff. So I see a lot of his posts, and I was lucky enough to meet him up in South Dakota, and he's a great guy. I really enjoyed the conversations with him. As he takes the first leg, 4.33 to 4.5. That's what we want to see here. We want to see these mid fours, high shots. That was a battle all the way down. If you're looking at how many rounds they won.
They're both shooting above their average. Trent taking that game, shooting the lower average. Trent coming into 3.422. Eric's a 4.124. So again, it's going to be who's hot in the moment, right? I mean, if you look at that on paper, Eric should win that every time. But
right. If you're looking at that, that stat is going to sit there win going second every time as well. So you kind of expect that, right? And if you're going second, you've got to be able to throw at least a mark higher than your opponent the first in order to overcome. For instance, if you're shooting a 4.0, in order to beat that 4.0 the going first, you really need to be throwing that 4.8, 5.0 or higher to gain consistency and control of the game. Eric does sit there and throw a strong round after his first round miss. He hits the trip 20, takes the point lead of 100, closes down the 19s.
Yeah, there's 2 ways to handle that kind of loss in game 1, right? And he's coming out swinging in game 2 and proving that he's here for the fight. So, but good to see that.
Yeah, definitely. And I like that he's taking a look at other numbers, right? He had the point lead. He's taking a free look at a 17. Obviously, he's not the, not the favorite of shooting 18s. I like that move. That's something I do. Trying to open up that second bed down below. Get a look at that 18. He misses, but goes right to the points. It's another 20, putting the pressure on Trent to walk up and hit as many 18s as he can.
Yeah, it's a feast or famine move, right? If they respond the way that he just did with the 1 mark, it looks great. And then he comes up and closes at first dart. Now, against me, what always happens is an automatic 9 mark. Boom.
Every time, right? Yeah, he goes up, hits that fantastic 7 mark to sit there and really jump out and just control this leg. I mean, Trent's really going to have to start putting in some 9 marks and hoping on some misses. But Eric's just running down this leg right now. That's got to be, that shows his resilience after losing that first leg. And it must have been a tight race. Coming in, he's going confident, going first, and he's using that, pushing right into this victory, right? Trip 15, going at the bullseyes, just misses, probably going to point. He's a little blocked. Oh, he fights it, smashes a double bull. Great car in there.
Yeah, surprising he got that in there. Must be the sandals. I like the sandals that Eric's rocking.
That's right, the strapped-on sandals. Don't have to worry about losing those.
Old school Birkenstock looking ones.
Well, Eric's going to step up line, probably take this leg here. They're going to be tied 1-1, and we're going to be in the same boat as we were in the last match, and we'll get a cork here. So as these corks work, it's a game of, it's just for 5-1. They sit there and actually just take a round at the board to see who hits the highest round. If they tie, they'll go another round. Whoever does hit the highest score gets to go first on this final leg. Being that this is the first loss bracket, they are going to be playing 5-1.
Oof, unfortunate. Those are 46. Really puts Eric in a spot where he can just throw fat darts and Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those that I like that move.
exactly
He
what I
does
would
throw
do.
at the bull. That's a great because if you hit that, you can move the left side of the board and just take the
As
control.
long as
And
it
he
hits
does
the
that, right?
board.
It's not about how high you hit at this point when you're going second. It's about hitting just high enough to beat your player in the first seed.
Yeah,
And if
puts
you'll
himself in a
watch,
great spot.
it's like I'd love to sit there and hit 1080s on these corks all the time, right? Especially, it can sit there for a lot of the competition. It can sit there and put that pressure on them to know, hey, this guy's coming to fire this leg. But the truth is, losing those corks is just as painful, whether it's by 1 point or 180. So those players that are going up shooting those ton 40s and all that, even after they've won, and they've only got a 65 to go against or something, you'll see a lot of them start moving to that left side of the board to make sure and get their win. And that's just calculation and odds there, right?
Yes,
Percentage shots.
absolutely. Yep. Well, and there's a lot. Everybody says that going first. Well, not everybody. It's a fact. Going first is a huge advantage in this game. Going second in the cork is a huge advantage. I will stand behind that. You can
I
go up and
agree.
throw a ton 40 in your cork and walk away feeling great, and somebody goes trip 20 bull, which is what I would consider to be the correct response to that.
It is. Agreed. Yes. Yeah, I feel the same way, right? And it does. It's never fun to sit there and hit that 140 and somebody does hit that trip 20 bull behind you because you think it's going to be a great start. A lot of the times you're going to win, and then sometimes it's just those guys are ready to hit. That second spot you do get the advantage, but when they hit that 180, at least you know what you're looking at, right? So
Right.
let's see. Eric is just running down. He's hits low ton. He's running down this game. This is kind of where you wanted to be, where our last guy Fred wanted to be, right? Taking that control, just hitting ton, and he's looking at a 15 darter or less. Continuing this
Yeah, I
game.
like Eric's throw too. There's not much movement in it. Nothing but from elbow down that moves once he gets to the line and gets that. Its release could, maybe use a little work, but that form is solid.
Little follow through. I like how he stands. He takes the stance of that flat foot to the right. He puts his arm out. Yeah, I agree with you. Maybe there's a a lot more movement than with his arm play as the pullback and everything.
Mm-hmm.
But as you can see, he's in control. Now, what are your thoughts? I see he's wearing a sleeve. I think I've seen you wear sleeves before. What are your thoughts on
I wear a
those?
sleeve. I do because there was a time when I would practice a lot. It doesn't have as much to do with the game as it does, or a tournament as it does for me, at least with practice. Plus, I'm a former pitcher. I used to throw a lot, so my arm's a little worn out. So I don't have the stamina that I used to.
Oh.
And
Yeah,
big
that's
W
smart.
there. Eric takes it down.
Yeah, Eric sits there, stays solid. That's trip 17 and a fat 20. It is single out, moves on into the round. Yeah, and I think you're right. I've tried the sleeve. I like to use it in warm up and practice, but in play, I'm not a fan of it. I feel a little more constricted, or the tense pressure that I feel it keeps it a little tighter, which can be harmful or helpful. So for me, it's helpful in warm up, but not as helpful in competition in play.
Yeah, see, for me, that it was the difference that threw me off. Because when I first started utilizing the sleeve, I only did it in practice, and then when I would go into competition, there was something different, and so I threw it on, and I was like, "Oh, that's it." And when I had to keep everything the same.
Makes sense. Yeah. So I mean, it does make your arm feel a little tighter while you're wearing it, so you can keep that keep the form, same flow.
Yeah.
Let's
So it
see
looks
what
like
we got.
Eric.
Danny Baggish has
Well,
got a
Eric's
response here and says he tried to sleeve once and threw for a triple 20, missed above the double 20 and took it off. Well, I've only seen
keep trying,
Danny
Danny. You might
Baggish
get
finish
better
the
one
board
day.
like that before, but that was when he was 19 when we first met each other, and he was running steel tip tournaments out of Fort Walton Beach. We definitely had a lot of fun back then. Hey, Bob Hamburg, thanks for joining us, buddy. Great to see you around.
So Eric moved on. Now he is going to face Corey Lammers next, and Trent moves down to the last chance bracket. So still has a chance to make a run. He's going to have a pretty good ways to go. Looks like he's probably going to have to win 7 or 8 in that last chance bracket, but not out yet.
Nope. Yeah, he's still going to have a good good chance there. He is in a tougher bracket, to be honest, and so you never know who's going to drop down. Let's see. We've got a match coming up. It looks like we're gonna get Jeremiah Berger back up. I don't see results here, but Jonathan Long does get a matchup against Danny Baggish. I know he's been praying for this, so we'll see what happens. We've got Rich Sturbings against Rick Sherbing. So this is something we mentioned earlier. I said, Rick's been shooting pretty well lately, so I'm not surprised to see him on the winner's side going into this bracket. So, that's going to be a great match coming up. Richard Sturbings and Rick Sherbing. And that's going to end up, they're going to be doing a race 3, pushing into, we're getting down to the nitty gritty, aren't we, on the top side here?
Yeah, we are.
All right. Let's see. I'm going to look at the bracket. We've got, looks like we will get that match. We've got a couple other queued up. Hopefully we get to see some of these women's brackets today. I know we've got a few lined up when I took a look at both brackets today, you notice they're 90% of the women I've seen as the top shots are shooting today. So, with that being said, that makes it extremely tough to try and get through and take those top 4 spots.
So to let you guys know what we're taking a look at here real quick, you called for some ladies matches. We're getting some ladies matches here. I was actually going through and found a couple of people I didn't know were playing at streaming locations today. And this is going to be Carrie Baker Quarter going up against Jolene P. I'm not even going to try the last name there. Fluffman is what my best guess would be there. So this is going to be the one-sided bracket. Oh, look at that. See, I live in Davenport, Florida. We don't pronounce things correctly anyways. So it was already going to be a long shot here, as it looks like it is going to be 1-1. So they're going to be in a last leg decider here for our ladies, getting some representation on the stream.
Oh, good stuff. Great to see. Yeah, and we can catch but I'm looking at the ladies' women's bracket right now. They're also coming down to the final few there on the top side. Looks like Meredith McGee has put herself into the final 4 on the winner's side there. You got Chelsea Ritter fighting against Abby Spot. You got Heidi Nelson and Sari Vance. Looking forward to that Heidi Nelson and Meredith McGee match is always a battle, so that'll be a fun one if it comes around. And then Hunter Smith, Kelly Sipes. So a lot of these names, we've been watching lately on the CSC. The invitational doubles matches, and so we're starting to get some popularity on those, and some women that, for me, I haven't got to see a lot of and across the U.S., right? And so one of the great things that I've noticed with this new challenge is we're starting to see players all the way across the U.S., both men and women. And, it's fantastic to be able to watch the talent that's coming up, that's been hidden, and it is growing more and more each season.
It is, and you've seen the younger players that, are taking the challenge by storm. A lot of names, like you said, that I'm just learning, or people that I've heard of but never gotten the opportunity to see play. And just all of that talent, it's not only happening in the men's game, it's happening in the women's game as well. So you have,
definitely,
Meredith and Heidi are, Meredith probably is a 4, and Heidi's not far off from a 4. I mean, we're getting into some pretty elite.
Yeah, it is great to see these averages build up, and see where we're gonna go, because the matches, especially the mixed doubles right now, I mean, it's fantastic to watch. But in the future, I know a lot of people want to see more of those head-to-head women's matches, and we can see that these type of shows that PPD is bringing on is breaking those ceilings, creating that talent, creating those people to sit there and give them the opportunity to be seen and play on those type of streams with top averages.
Yep. Yeah, and we can see how entertaining it is, and that's what's really fun to see. And it's grown a lot, and I'm very happy to see that.
I'm a huge fan. I watched majority of the shows as well, and I watched you the first few seasons of the CSI as one of the popular favorites coming in, and you did pretty well for yourself there as well.
As a dart player, I don't know if I was a favorite.
You were one of our favorites, at least.
Oh,
Ours.
okay.
I don't know if that's a good thing or not. Are we talking about Nick, Sean, and Will, or just Nick? So we'll have to figure out which way to go there with that. But let's see. We got Jolene and Carrie. They're battling out still on the 501. This one, it is Fat Bull. Do you see these women running away from that bull very often? Or are they going to continue shooting it, do you think?
I don't. I don't think that it makes much sense in most cases. With them hovering around probably a 30-ish is where I would put those higher shots. I don't think it makes much sense to. I think you just try to outshoot your opponent a bit more. I mean, even at a 35, I don't think it makes too much sense unless you're playing a top player. Then you have to try for the 9. And I don't even go hat trick and then 1080. I would try to go 160, 170 to leave 171.
Yeah, definitely. And being Fat Bull, I always tell people, look, you can take the other options, but when you're looking at that being the biggest segment on the board, there's no reason to look away from it. Unless you get covered. Some people, their darts can cover the bulls. They can make their change, move up. We see a lot of players that happens to. I mean, Baggish, it happens to with them big flights and the way his darts land. If they sit there and land a certain way, he's going to try and take and capitalize on a different number.
And if your probability is fairly high that you will hit the triple, then yeah, by all means, take a look. But
my luck is I'll go up, block the bull, shoot at the 19, hit that double 3, and go back to the bull and say, why did I move in the first place?
Same.
Let's see. We've got Jolene walking up, hits a 1. She's barely in the lead here, wants to sit there and try and put in some darts. Unfortunately, we don't have a look on her board. I wouldn't mind seeing how close, how far those are, because it looks like she is shooting at the 20s.
That's a good call, yeah, because they were all in that 1, 20, and 20. So,
yeah, I mean, Carrie's sitting here. She's been putting in at least a bowl around. For her second throw was a ton. She sits there and throws another one. She's got a huge lead in this leg, and most likely going to be. Well, we'll see. Jolene's, if she puts in a big round here, a hat trick, maybe she can be the first one to take a look at it now.
Yeah, Carrie's another player I'm familiar with. Pretty sure she's from the Missouri area. Carrie, if that's not correct, I'm so sorry, but I run into her a couple times a year at tournaments in the Omaha, Kansas City area. So pretty sure she's from St. Joe area, but I don't quote me on that. But very familiar with her. Super nice.
I've actually, I've played. I played against. Actually, Carrie, I'm not too sure. I know Jolene. I've sat there and had the opportunity to play against her in the past as well. So she's definitely, these are seasoned players in this program that have been to Kansas City quite a few times, as far as I know. She sits there and feels the frustration of those first 2 darts. It must have been, it gets a blocker up there on that one. I can understand that. She's not going to be able to leave it out unless she moves. She's not going to be able to leave it out here with that dart, no matter what now. So Jolene's going to get 6 darts to try and take 242 out.
I do like the walk-off, though. You don't want to throw a frustrated dart. So, she took a second to gather herself. That last dart was 1 hole out, unfortunately, which I'm sure not going to help the frustration.
The mood there, yeah. Again, you're right. it's something I struggle to do, is step off and take that breath, especially when you're close or you throw that blocker. My mindset, as much as I played. Oh, there you go. As we mentioned, Jolene's going to be able to hit that hat trick. She'll get the first. Look at the out at 92.
Final game, trying to set up an out and putting in a hat trick after your opponent puts in a little bit of a slack turn. That's a huge round.
Yeah, especially being tied 1-1, you've got to feel good about yourself after throwing that up there. Carrie's now got all the pressure on her, throws a blocker first dart, tries to fight it through, hits that big flight and goes into the 12, slides down into a 19, not leaving it out, leaving at least 6 darts for Jolene to take out 92. This shot, I would go bull trip 14, being fat out. It looks like she may have gone directly at the 14 first start. Not a bad move in my eyes, knowing that you're going to have another round.
Yeah, nice conservative. You don't want to mess around and leave it, leave an ugly number, bus number or prime number or anything like that. So I think she did great setting that up, taking the safe route.
Definitely. She doesn't get as much as she wants, but knows that she's going to get the 3 darts to shoot at the 60. Carrie going to try and put some pressure on. Looks up, misses the bull by a little bit. Going to zone it in, hits it. She puts another one in there that could put a lot of pressure on this 60 for Jolene. Ooh, just misses
Yeah,
by
she's
the
trying
wire.
to give herself a chance in case she gets it, right? She wants to leave herself an out. Kelly, thank you. Carrie is from St. Joe. I thought I was confident until it started coming out of my mouth, and then I started second guessing myself. So need another
Jolene
5 here
misses
for
the
a bull.
first one.
Oh no.
Yeah, she went right back at that 5 to hit bull. Hits a 12, doesn't leave an out. Hits 11. So this is the move that Carrie was hoping for, right? Try and get the pressure, put some darts in, and if you get the opportunity, let's take a look.
Yeah, I think she's trying to figure out how she wants to do it. How do you approach this? I know how I do it. I'm taking 3 darts, but how would you look at it?
Yeah, do you think they were discussing the out or they were discussing what they're going to have for lunch soon?
I don't know. Maybe they needed another beverage. I'm not sure. Could be anything. But she needs to let one go here pretty soon. She's down to 5 seconds.
Down to 4 seconds. 3.
Oh no.
2.
Oh no.
Oh. By the buzzer.
That was a true buzzer beater. That may be as close as I've ever seen. I thought it was
unlucky for her, that dart did not go anywhere she wanted, leaving her no out with 2 darts left. But she does leave the favored social number left. Jolene going up at 32 to take this match.
Yeah, it's likely where she's going to stay too, because I expect this to go away. But that's a nervy first start.
Yeah, that's tough right there. You've got to take the look at your odds there. Unfortunate, she went 15-10 route. Me personally, I'm not a fan of 25 going 15-10 because of flights, how close. People think that's the odd shot, but my opinion is you have 4 odd numbers down below. If you hit any one of those fat, you're going to be left with, the only one that leaves you a double is the 3, leaves you double 11, but the others all leave you a single. So I would take those starts and get that nervy first fat dart out of the way, settle down, and then go for whatever's left.
Yeah, I agree with that. When it's a nervy dart, it's either the speed or the direction that's off. Typically not both, right? So if you can just get it in your head, no double, throw a big fat odd number.
Yeah, and when you're sitting there saying that in your head and you go no double, how often is it you hit the double?
97% of the time I've done that.
Agreed, right? Gary gives herself the opportunity to take this out, hits the first nervy dart, leaving the 50, takes her time, hits a 12, going to have to go back down to those 19s, just somewhat covered. She sees that as soon as she looks. So may have to move a little bit, does move over. Smart, I think, giving herself a little more opportunity in that double bed. But this is going to be a pressure tough dart.
Taking her time. I love it. Ooh.
Oh, flies it all the way over the dart, hitting a single 3. This is what we're talking about. Like, these are where these scrappy legs go. You don't want to be sitting there tighten down these single numbers because, man, your arm gets tense. That fight gets a little harder to throw straight.
Yep. And Jolene's thrown her last 3 or 4 darts short. So if she does that here, she busts. Yeah.
Oh, she hits that double. As we were talking about, do you think she was thinking, don't hit the double 10?
Don't hit the double. Don't hit the double.
Yeah. That is tough. But, like you said, she is pulling them down. And if you're sitting there throwing your darts and they're pulling down a good, inch or two, that's going to be tense in your arm, right? So that's your arm sitting there not getting the release exactly where you want because it's tight. You're pulling it a little more. So your release isn't going to be as smooth and comfortable to get to the height you want.
She threw at that one, I think. 35, 18 would have been 17. So maybe she was going 18. I'm not sure.
I like that move. I mean, hitting the one, I agree. She was probably going 20 or 18, to make sure that she got a fat single left. Because based on the way she shot that last doubles, 19, I don't think I'd want to sit there and throw two more darts. She does hit the single 17, throws the same dart, and she can win this match.
Yeah, I was going to say, put it right on the top of that flight.
Oh,
Try
it's
to.
just to the right of the flight, drops into the double two, doesn't bust because it was one hole out of the double 17. Jolene's going to sit there and get another look at this 10. And at this point, you're pulling up. I'd probably aim in that top wire.
I'm throwing fat 6 right here as she's pulling it.
I don't mind a fat 6 there.
I aim at
the
6
there
because at this point, she's probably starting to realize that she's throwing everything low, right? Everything's tight. It's coming out, too low.
And then I
throw it.
That makes sense.
And pull it down.
You've got to sit there and be able to adjust some points, but most of the time, if you're playing nearer than that, you really want to be not thinking about that, right? The only thing you really want to be thinking about is just hit the 10 and throw the dart. As soon as you can sit there and get all that extra stuff out of your head, then it's going to be so much easier to drill that single. Singles to me are harder to hit out, especially lower ones, than doubles and triples at times.
Yeah, it's a really scrappy, nervy end to this leg. I mean, I get it. It's game 3, right? These are for the win, and they're just having trouble getting over the finish line. So Jolene's going to get another opportunity to finish this out. Again, I aim at the fat 6 here and pull it down into the 10. Maybe go double 5. Maybe switch it up.
If you're pulling, I like the move. If I had 12 left, she does hit that 10, takes the match. That's one of those that you're going to walk away from happy that she won. Carrie's going to be sitting there upset that this is the way it ended. It's harder to lose a match that you're battling back and forth and just can't put that final nail in than it is to sit there and just run down and smash it.
Yeah, and for Jolene, a mentor of mine once said, you got to win the ugly ones, right?
That's right.
A lot of times those are more important than anybody can win when they're throwing well.
Well, and you look at like what John Part likes to say, right? Doesn't matter if I win with a 55 or 110 average. As long as I win, that's all I care about.
Yeah. Now this is going to be a great match. We have Jimmy Boone against my boy Ram.
One of my favorite people, Ram Gavara. Great person. They are also in the top 4, the winner's side here, race to 3. I know this is the second leg. Ram has already taken down the first leg, which means he won the cork, most likely. Gets the first leg. He's in the bracket on the top 4 side. You got a couple top players right above him, too. You've got Porky playing against Justin Dennison. So whoever's going to win this could lead into a Porky Ram situation. But that's not to say that Jimmy and Justin don't have their opportunity here to take that spot as well.
Yeah, and Ram obviously out of Houston. He's a Star City player as well. Jimmy, the last I knew, was an Oklahoma resident, I believe. I'm not sure if that's still accurate or not. It's been a few years. Okay.
Nice. Yeah, I don't have any experience with or know Jimmy personally. Haven't played against him or anything, but
he's fun.
Definitely known Ram for
a good time. Never a dull moment with him around.
Oh, my kind of people then.
Yeah.
Do you see a comment here from David Schraub saying, how do you throw qualifiers? Do I have to have a certain amount of games in, or can anyone play? So there's 4 PPD qualifiers every year. This is to play in that $30,000 finales that they run. It is some big prize money in those with 4 different brackets. To get a voucher to play in this is what's needed, right? You need to get a voucher to... Requirements for a voucher: you need to be at least a 2.5 and a 25 as far as average. That is the minimum. Other than that, the ways to earn vouchers is either through PPD directly, through having a large amount of games online played, or through your vendor each vendor buys vouchers and then distributes them to their players, usually in ranking by participation. That's typically how you would get qualified for these, although I know certain vendors run tournaments to get vouchers. It really depends on your specific vendor. So yeah, if you want to play in a PBD qualifier, 2.5 and a 25 average, and retain a voucher either through PBD directly or your local vendor.
Thanks for that.
Yeah, and I was looking up averages. Jimmy is a 3.955. So it looks like, from what I'm seeing, I haven't seen every dart, but it looks like he's throwing well above that right now, giving Ram some good competition. Ram obviously is a top player at 5.245. And they're doing battle right here.
Yeah, I mean, Ram, he's sitting there top on the charts quite a bit lately when it comes to singles. He plays DRTs daily. You know, it's
the
funny
no
when
cap
he's not
DRT
in the old-
is a Ram Gavara ATM machine.
Yeah, it's
You know,
pretty funny
like
when
4 or 5
he
days a
doesn't
week.
show up. He gets called out more when he doesn't
Right.
show up when he does, right?
Yeah. Ram, were you sick? Is everything okay?
Hey, I don't see you here, buddy.
You take a PTO
you
day?
see-
What's going on? And
Jimmy Boone walks up, throws a 7 mark on the 15. It's not enough to get the point lead, but right there, put some pressure on Ram. We're looking at you're right, with Jimmy throwing a 3.993 going first. Ram does have the advantage with that big stat. You know, he's able to throw those big numbers, big darts all the time. Closes the 15s, goes straight to the bulls to end this without even trying to fight anymore.
does have nope, not anymore. I was going to say he has an outside look here, but Ram's going to
Yeah, if he could have gone double bull, trip 16, I mean, that's not a shot that Ram's going to leave a lot of people. And so he must be feeling really confident. Or, again, we're in that first winner side. You know, he hasn't had a loss. He can take his chances.
Yeah, and I was looking at CompuSport. Ram played Taylor Hedman the first round, who's a top quality shot. Todd Wiegman, also a very solid player, and Jeremy Anderson. And Jimmy Boone played Scott Whitmore, and then he played Jeremiah Berger, beat him, and then Robert Rydberg. So neither of them having an easy route here. And I just realized
not
this
at
is
all.
a race to 3, not a race to 2.
Right. That's right. It's race 3 since we're getting closer to that finish. And whoever, you know, what's nice is, like you mentioned, some of those are names that are in those CSC singles. So those are those 4+ shooters that they're walking through. And I wouldn't say walking through, we just didn't see the match, but able to get through in the bracket and move forward here. If I was those guys, I don't think I'd want to see those guys again after I beat them. And hopefully, you know, it comes around that I won't have to fight them again. And we'll see.
Yeah, and speaking of like those names in quotation marks, right? But when I first started playing EPD and playing these qualifier events, there were maybe 2 or 3, maybe 4 players that were 4+ that you kind of had your eye on. Now there may be 2 or 3 players that aren't a 4 that you know what I mean, that just are on their way up.
And you can see, I mean, you can see those guys that are a comfortable 4-2, 4-3, you know, and they're not going to be wanting to play a guy that's a 3-7 that's got the fire and ready to sit there and combat, right? Yeah. So those guys, and we're getting more and more of that lately, especially with the rise of stream darts, online play. We're getting a lot more of these guys that they may be a 3-5, but they can walk up and throw 5-5s, you know, 2 or 3 legs in a row.
Yep.
And it's definitely happening on these online darts, right? Because you see the complaining about sandbaggers all the time.
Yeah. Well, and that's another thing, you know, 8 years ago, running a 4-0 or 4-2, you're in. I mean, you're probably top 3 in this thing. A 4-2 now.
I wouldn't even put it as 4 years or 8 years ago. I would put it as 4 years ago. I mean, this was, you know, it was. You look at the first season of the CSC, the top players. There was a couple above 4-5, but the majority were under. Yeah. Now you can't even get into Division 1 if you're below a 4-5.
Right.
You know,
you almost can't.
So
get
that Division 2.
I was gonna say you don't get. I am a 4-5. I was gonna say I am a 4-4-8 or something like that, and I didn't even make it. So
right, and I mean, what was it? Division 2 had a total separation of like 0.8 between
Last
averages. It was
season,
just
it was like
ridiculous.
0.6, 0.7 from top to bottom. So
Unbelievable.
literally one bad leg of league, and you could have taken yourself from first place in Division II to out of CSC. I mean, if, you know what I mean? Like if that was
Ram
the league.
finishes. I agree. Ram finishes that match with a 6.17. Jimmy didn't put as much of a fight that leg, still shooting a 4.0 going first, and just gets walked on. You can see that big difference when you're throwing them 6s and 7s all the time going down. It's hard to keep up with.
It is. Yeah. I see a couple of
But
Omaha
it's a great showing
boys
for
in the chat. Mr. Jake
oh.
Norman. And I see a couple of eyeballs emoji from my guy Michael Maloney. Welcome, boys.
Yeah, I do want to give a shout out to Mike Maloney for going so far on a run in his bracket, but also being out of state and not at a streaming location. How terrible. Terrible. We could have gotten a Jules Van Doggen, Mike Maloney potential king seat match.
That's just unfortunate. We don't get enough of that guy yet, so. But yes, I would personally love to see that match streamed. I enjoy seeing those guys battle it out. Jules and Mike's battles have been fun to watch for sure. Going all the way down, and you can't deny that Mike's fun to watch on the soft tip board online. That's for sure.
But it's always fun to watch partners duke it out and play against each other. They play together a lot in Chicago.
You see it the same way as if you're bringing that up, that's why you see Danny Baggish and Leonard Gates when they're going up in singles in their steel tip events, like the Booyah and things like that, or the events. You can see how comfortable they are shooting against each other, throwing those high averages, and it just becomes firework after firework, and it's one of those battles of, hey, who's going to take it today?
Yep.
Mike and Jules being one of those battles as well, right? Didn't we just have that CSC battle?
Yeah. Well, and like when those two are playing against each other, Danny and Leonard, and they're just casually throwing 7-0 games for an hour, laughing and joking with each other, and it's gross.
Yeah, I mean, you sit there and you're warming up next to the guys on the board going, yeah, I think I'm going to have to go ahead and take a bathroom break now so I don't embarrass myself while these guys are just joking around, smashing 9s like they're candy.
Yeah. So it looks like we're going to have RJ Floyd and Mr. Maya Berger coming up. It looks like that they're in round 3 of the one-loss bracket. The winner will take on Terry Konchalski. Whew, Terry, I got it out. I know Terry from the Des Moines area.
Nice.
Super nice guy. He's going to be waiting on the winner of this one. Looks like we're trying to make pre-match contact, hopefully.
Yeah, not exactly sure what's going on there, but yeah, I believe that they're just trying to get a hold of each other. Not sure exactly what's going on there, but this should be going in just a moment's time. Of course, it is important to note that after this, we will be covering that Ram Gavara king seat match once there's an opponent there waiting on the winner of Steve Hilger, Justin Dennison. So that will be our next match on stream, more than likely here.
Oh man, yep, that's gonna be fun to watch. There we go. If we're gonna sit there and see some fireworks, those are the two that are 3. We'll see which one makes it through the Porky match, and he's always been a fan favorite of this team as well. One of my favorite people.
Yeah, and that's going to be a race to 4 for the king seat match. So we get treated to some bonus starts there.
Yeah, and it's always nice to see these longer formats when we can get them, right? A race to 4s or even more, so that we can see when people are comfortable, how they throw. Right. And, or if they start out hot, what does it take to get them uncomfortable? So.
Yeah, what is the response? Yeah, how do you respond to getting punched in the mouth like that?
You know what they say.
Everybody's got a plan.
Until they get punched in the mouth, that's for sure. Let's see. Still waiting around on that. I'm looking forward. Trying to look at the brackets and see some of these names, man. We're on the last chance, right? And you see names on the last chance like Jake Schreiber, who just got his already taken out. Unfortunate for him today. There's Eric McCarroll, Todd Wegman's on the loser side. I mean, you're going to have some battles, and these guys are down to their last chance, one game. That feeling, me personally, being in that spot, I don't mind it. I like the idea that I'm going to go up I'm going to fire it out, throw one game. Of course, I would love to be on the winner's side doing that race to 4, but a lot of days it doesn't happen that way, and you've got to be able to suck it up and play those one match, one game, and fire all day.
Yeah, I agree. So once you first look at that bracket and you see how far of a journey you have, you respond to that one of two ways. You either get fired up and want to do it, or you pack it up and you're mentally defeated. Now, I will say I've made a couple of those runs, and after 2 or 3 of them in a row, and you start getting that adrenaline go, it's so fun. I know you hate to be there, right? You don't want to be in that situation. Yes, yeah. It's just that adrenaline rush.
There's been a couple times where we've gone lost, and we fought all the way back into the top 3, right? And those are the days you're going, holy cow, we have done it. This is not easy. Every game was under pressure. Every stroke was under pressure, and it is a blast coming through. It's exhilarating, right? So you can sit there and go, hey, yeah, you got 3rd, congratulations, whatever. But then you sit there and go, dude, I lost, and came back to 3rd, and everybody's like, wait. What? That's a feat. That's something to sit there and call people out for sure. Yeah. We've got, let's see, RJ Floyd and Jeremiah just starting out. It looks like RJ did not put up a big round here, so Jeremiah is probably going to look to the, he can pretty much do whatever he wants. RJ only hitting a 42 to start.
Yeah, for my money, I like bullseye here. With it being less than 50 and just needing a 2 mark to take it down, I would probably throw bull, and then I'd probably miss the first one and then have to go 20. So, but Maya takes care of it.
Man, I really like what Maya did there, right? He goes up, says, I'm just go ahead and practice my first round of cricket. Trip 20, trip 19, and that's a smart way to play it, in my opinion. Give yourself a free look at those. Let's see. This is final shot. It's one leg of cricket, and Jeremiah Berger's going to get the start. David L says it's all about the draw, and these qualifiers 100%. So you don't know which bracket you're going to be in. You don't know who's going to be in your bracket. You don't know much about a lot until all you know is you've signed up, and I'm going to be playing that qualifier. And so when you go in that day before, I think is when they usually release the brackets, and you look for the first time and you see the names that are on that bracket, it is always scary.
Yeah. Yeah. And typically what will happen is you'll have somebody you don't know in round 1, and then you'll have one of the sharks the second round, right? Like, okay, wow, that's going to be fun.
Right. And look at that. RJ didn't put up a strong, diddle, but with Jeremiah throwing a 5 mark, RJ comes up and smashes that BBDH. Bang, bang, daddy's home for RJ Floyd. Jeremiah Berger taking the point lead, hitting 420s, just enough to sit there and squeeze by. But RJ's going to try and throw that same number. Going to hit that trip 19 most likely first. Goes right at it, hits the trip 3. Does get the point lead. I wonder if he goes up. I would.
RJ does what I do after I hit a 9 mark every time. Follow it with a big, strong 1 mark.
Well, he did have a trip 3 in there. Oh, man. So Jeremy has got to be feasting on this, especially after that missed 5. He goes trip 20 first start, misses a second, and misses a third. He's just off to the left there. Usually when people are throwing that, they're feeling a little tense or they're a little cross-body. Sometimes the foot can be angled just a hair off.
Yeah, and that will happen. That will happen with nerves as well, where you approach the line, you're a little scrambled, and you don't put your foot down correctly. That's one of my main things that I mess up when I'm nervous. So I will throw that first dart, and I'm like, why is my foot so far over?
Yeah, and then you're realizing, oh, my shoulder's just a hair off. Why did I even pick up? It wasn't comfortable. I still let it release. Oh, how do I fix this the next throw? Looks like my brother's got jokes here. He says, when I'm in an intense match, I like to punch my opponent in the mouth with kindness. Like, nice white belt, and nobody does a better bathroom selfie than you. Something that really throws them off their game,
Yeah, well, you have to do. He has to do something to throw you off your game because he's not gonna. Oh, never mind. Sorry.
Well, I like where you're going with that because I think you might be correct.
Oh,
He's a fighter, though.
love you,
He can sit
James.
there and throw everybody off their games just by hanging out with kindness. That's for sure. RJ taking the point lead on the 18s. Hits a triple the first one. Goes and hits single, misses into the 2, which means he was trying to shut down that 17. Having the bigger number right there, I think I would have stayed all 18s because it takes one dart to get ahead. It's a trip 17, and single 17. Smart play there. Extend the game based on these averages. I don't know what RJ's is sitting at. Let's see. Do we have his stats somewhere? He is sitting at a 271 against Jeremiah's 4-0. So he's sitting here putting a battle in today to get to where he is for one, knowing that he's not going to be on the upper side or middle side. He's probably going to be one of the lower players coming into these brackets, right? And so I like the move that he was trying to shut down quickly and move forward. But Jeremiah, understanding that he's the bigger lead, probably going to extend the game. Shoots 417, hits the double 18 to shut it down, throws that Maloney double.
Ugh. Oh, I thought I was muted. My bad.
Not a fan, I see.
No, I am a fan.
No, I mean of the double. It's fine.
The Maloney double. No, I'm not a fan of the double at all. But
yeah, he did have one dart on his third, and I don't mind that there. RJ tries to put a fight up on the 16s, only gets 4, but Jeremiah's going to run away with this. I think now shutting down the 15 or 16. Up 100+ points, even if RJ throws in the 9 mark. Unfortunately, not going to do that, but even if he threw the 9 mark, he's still way behind. So a little free run here. If he just relaxes, shuts down, moves forward, he's going to be pushing into the next round.
Yeah, RJ's going to have to make those 1 hole outs, 1 hole in if he wants to compete, because this next game is going to be cricket as well. And
and you can see Jeremiah. Jeremiah goes up and it's not playing games, right? He shoots a 15, gets another 17, just says, no, you know what? I'm going to make sure that I'm way ahead. Doesn't matter what you do with your next 9 darts. I'm winning this leg.
Yeah, it might be over right here.
Yep. All right, let's see. What did you say? Is this loser, or is this the first loser?
This is the first loser bracket. They're in
round
so
they will have,
I believe.
Nice. So they're getting back up there. It looks like you mentioned, Jeremiah is going to sit there and take that first leg. RJ will get to start the second leg, and it'll be cricket. And finishes it off first dart, shooting a 4.74, a little above his average. And you got to think that RJ's got to be pretty happy with his game there. Even though he lost that leg, he sat there and fired and stayed in it for the majority of the match until down to the 15s. And, if I was shooting a 2-9 and I knew I was walking into a Jeremiah Berger, I just want to be able to compete. Of course, I want to win, but I want to be in that game.
That is true. And that's a very realistic way to look at it, right? You you're not the favorite. You have to play something of a standard that you're not used to and that you can't maintain. You want to be competitive and you want to take that confidence, even in a loss, into that last chance bracket. And just like we talked about a minute ago, use that momentum to create some adrenaline and make a run.
Yeah, and there it is. BBDH, bang, bang. Daddy's home for Jeremiah Berger. Going up, hitting that trip 20, trip 19, trip 19. RJ's
and you can tell.
Get the 18s, and he's fired up, isn't he?
Yeah, Maya's settling in. He's starting to do the little walk, and he's got the head down. He's in the zone.
Yeah, well, RJ's got something to say about it. He throws 7 18s, takes the point lead, says he's not going to walk away from this, but Maya, he's got the confidence, he's got the swagger, walks up, hits the 19 for a point lead. Stays down there, trips it. Does he look? Definitely not. Stays on the trip 19. When you get that bigger number, Baggish will tell you all day, make your moves, get it, and hit them points. Extend that game, especially if you're the tired average.
Yeah, and he's playing textbook right now. He had those 2 darts right at the bottom level of the triple and right under the triple. I mean, it just made sense to put one right over the top.
I really liked what RJ did there, though. RJ sat there and said, "You know what? I'm going to go ahead and get another bed." He's way up and throws in, what, 5 17s. He's still down on point weight, but has 2 beds, putting a little more pressure on. Jeremiah closes 17s, and then with the confident dart, smashes that trip 18 and just taking away, just running away with it now. Let's see, RJ can sit there and try and fight on the 16s. Here, I hit trip 16. I'm going to close at 19 and try and create some moves, but misses that first.
You got to get creative, right? Like what you've been doing is not working, so let's try something.
Mix it up. Even if I hit a 9 mark in the 16s, I don't even have a lead here, and so it's time to sit there and push some plays and start making him do darts that making him force it. There it is, another 9 mark for Jeremiah Berger. White horse right there with the trip 16, trip 19, trip 15. Now, are those still considered white horses if you shoot the triple and it's got points on it?
No, not on the Arachnid board. It's got to be 3 untouched numbers.
I was going to say, on this board, no. I do know some boards, yes. It depends on your definition. I always have considered it a white horse, spiritually speaking, though.
Yeah, I like that. In my opinion, 3 triples separated in cricket numbers is still a white horse. Even if the board doesn't like it, I'm still
That was an impressive leg, my friend.
It's right there. That's what we expect to see. We like to see them big numbers by Maya. 6.8 on that. Wins that match 2-0 and moves on. And that'll push RJ into the third. Yep. All right. Looks like we're going to take a little break. Need a little bathroom break. Look forward to some upcoming matches and stay tuned.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today. Nathan Aspinall Echo soft tip darts. By the way, I've swapped out the stems and flights for the new K-Flex number 2 standard flight. Originally only number 6 was available. Now we have number 2 in all colors and lengths. All right, 146 remaining. Ho ho ho. Damn, that felt good. Echo has really expanded since it first came out as an exclusively soft tip range. Now we have a player edition that has remnants of Nathan's prior signature darts, notably the overall shape of the barrel and the milling, with the CNC milling in the front, nano grooves in the middle, finishing off with radial grooves in the rear, which to me feel the most aggressive. So if you have a widespread grip or a 5-finger hold like Nathan himself, I would recommend taking a look at this barrel. It's certainly a more affordable option than your typical PDC Superstar signature dart. Take a look. Dartboard lighting systems that work with soft tip boards, starting with what I'm calling your best value option, the 180 Illumina lighting system. Quick clarification, you cannot purchase the cheaper light version, LITE, but the more durable and robust normal Illumina lighting system is going to work since it mounts to the wall. If you want to upgrade to the ultimate setup, we'd recommend the Target Corona Vision lighting system, plus conversion kit that is compatible with most grand boards. This is basically a zero installation option. No power tools are needed. You're not mounting the light to the dartboard or the wall. You just assemble the legs to the light when you buy it, and then when you buy the conversion kit, it's magnetic. Just snaps right onto the leg, and the 4 prongs push into the dartboard. Here are 2 budget-friendly options. Number 1 is the Target Arc light, not the cabinet light, but just the light by itself, which clips to the dartboard directly. So I have the Target Arc light under the Illumina, giving it more stability by accident, but if it was on its own, it'd be a little wobbly on the board. You can see the lights illuminating like half of the board, and it's certainly in danger of falling if you bump into the board or retrieve your darts too hard. The GLD Shadow Buster. This is our most budget-friendly option. It was designed to screw onto the top of a cabinet, and then it can swivel downward to illuminate the board, and also swivel upward and fold it all the way down to be out of the way in case your cabinet doors are a little bit taller than the top of the cabinet. That's it, folks. 4 total lighting options for soft tip dartboards. See you next time. Hollywood Action 20-gram soft tip darts made for Chris Dobie by Target. Can we take a second to appreciate how sleek and sexy these barrels look? It's getting hot in here. We're playing 301 split bowl double out on the Grand Board 3S. Let's see how we fare. Nice starts. By the way, I've swapped out the stems and flights for the new Target K-Flex number 2 flight. Now let's fail this attempt. Yeah, should have been positive. Should have been positive to start. Whew, good leave though. I'm really loving this texture and milling, by the way. It's just nice, consistent all throughout mid-rear where I hold. Okay, check out 24 and we will summarize. Ooh. That was a great leg, actually. Maybe I should have played 501.
Welcome back. You are watching the TOC qualifier number 1. These players are trying to qualify for the elite finale in October. We're sitting here just stepping into a match. It is the King Seat match with this bracket of Ram Gavara against Steve Hilger. This is game number 2. Steve just pulled off an incredible shot to pull the first leg, and Ram going first on the second leg. This is a race to 4. Looking forward to some great fireworks on this match.
Yeah, and a couple of uncharacteristic 3 marks to start game 2. I thought that Ram would have a pretty big disadvantage hitting a 3 mark, but then Steve was nice enough to follow him up, and
bang, bang, daddy's home.
Oh, it's like we've been doing this for years together.
Well, you are pretty easy to get along with, especially with that beautiful beard you got.
Well, you're the only one that can see it right now, and I have
Well, I'm
my
a lucky
Tim,
man.
I have my Tim Goodwin starter kit going over you.
That's right. Well, I'm a lucky man then. All right, and so Steve sits there again. Unfortunately, only hits a single. Ram's going to be able to sit there and run away with this one, right? So hits the 18, shuts that down, moves to the 17, only hits a single. That's you don't see that very often from Ram shooting singles on those trip 17s and 19s.
No, I was going to say I'm surprised he didn't start 17 there. That is his little honey hole. It doesn't miss it very often.
That's right. And Steve's going to sit there and try and take it from him. He does. Hits that bang, bang. Daddy's home. Darts have been hit by Steve Hilger. 102 up. Still losing in the point lead, but it's now battling back into this game.
That didn't take long. He made me right again. And
that's right. Throws a 7 mark.
Rocks
around 6 mark because he already had a single. But no, Steve's going to sit there, and his best shot is to shoot all the 16s he can and hope he gets an opportunity to throw them again.
Ram looks super nervous, waiting on his turn. Can't sit still.
Yeah, as you can see. I don't think I've ever seen that guy visibly nervous before.
Right. I don't think it happens much. Pretty cool customer.
You can exactly. I mean, you have to be pretty cool and customer when you're sitting there throwing them 9-gram darts your whole life, right?
Yeah.
If you start getting nervous, those things will miss the board.
Yeah.
He goes up, leaves himself a single bowl to finish this leg. Porky's going to try and put in some bowls. He may even just take some practice darts for the next leg.
Yeah, I think this is a statement game for Ram. Like you said, Steve pulled off close the 15, single bowl, double bowl to steal game one, and Ram's letting him know that I'm not going anywhere. Boom, dead center.
With that 5.44 for Ram going first, that's going to be tough for anybody to try and fight against. Steve doesn't sit there and reach his potential on that leg, but it is now tied 1-1. Steve's going to get the start. We'll get to say, I assume he's probably going to throw a 7 mark on the 20s here.
So we have 9-gram darts against house darts.
Which are probably, 12-gram darts, right?
Maybe.
Or are they the special edition 15-gram darts for...
I don't think he really does special edition much. I know he has a signature bar dart barrel. I don't know how much different it is, though.
So he is known for a couple different things. He used to have a set of barrels, like customs, that he has not thrown in quite some time. He switched back to the L-style bar lip darts. So that's the 12.5 gram ones. It's actually the only dart L-style makes. And then on the other end there, now he has a new prototype that I got to see in NDA. I don't know if that is what he's currently throwing now or not, though. But I'm going to wager probably not, because I know he hasn't fully committed the switch yet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've seen him go back and forth, right? And so he's always going back to his money makers, which are just those standard bar darts. And, there's a few players that did that before. Mike Maloney being one of those that played bar darts forever, right?
Yeah.
Now uses his own standard bar darts.
Know another guy from your area that been for a while, right? Didn't he have a nickname?
Oh, well, he didn't throw bar darts, but he was the bar darter. Mr. Chris Watson you're talking about?
Yeah, so it wasn't because so it wasn't because of bar darts.
Yeah, he likes to use those tapered darts, the bomber dart types, but yeah, his nickname the bar darter, right? Because that's all he did was play darts at a bar.
It was also his famous interview, his first CSC interview, before, just after he won the 4K in the bonus pool that I didn't even know he was playing for. In his first interview,
and he was a solo winner.
And he was a solo winner of the 4K pool. And then his first interview at the CSC, he's like, I'm just a bar darter. That's all I am. And took this super hyper modest approach, and it just stuck. It was just a quote from Chris Watson that went out of hand.
All right. Yeah, I got to play against him personally, not last weekend, but the weekend before in a different qualifier, and he put it to me, but I was able to get a leg off him, so I was pretty excited about that.
Brandon, you have
we've got this match fighting back and forth. We've got Ram sitting there taking the lead on 16, shuts down the 20s, and takes advantage.
I do have some history with actually Both. I do have history with Chris, but the first time that I met Chris and Tim was when you guys were partners at TOC.
That's right. We did play as partners 2 years ago. We were partners for all the doubles events.
And then Chris and I had our barn burner match, and then he and I partnered up last year. So we patched it up. We made up.
We would like everyone at home to know that dog is okay, for the record. It sounded like that dog was, in fact, not okay. That dog is probably, it was actually, funnily enough, the same dog that was in Brandon's match. The dog from Sundowner.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, no, I still remember very clearly. I mean, your interview with Chris Watson, it was one of the only WWE style interviews. You guys really leaned into it. You had the shades on. I had an explosion effects. It was definitely one of the more unique experiences in CSC history.
Yeah, and it was so much fun. I didn't really know Chris that well. And to find out that he was going to be that cool with it, I got so excited. We just, like you said, we just leaned into it and had fun.
I guess those Arizona people aren't too bad.
Hey, let's yeah, I mean, you know, I'm one of those Arizona people, so let's keep the talk to No, we all enjoy
what we said while you were gone.
Well, these dogs here, we are babysitting some pups today for some close friends, and you know, so we're gonna have some random craziness going on here and there. You know, unfortunately, somebody had to knock on the door and make them all go crazy. Ram does take that second leg, so he's up 2-1. Again, this is a race to 4 in the king seat of bracket number 3.
And it just kind of seems that Ram's been in control the past 2 legs. I'm not sure what's going on Steve's end, but it's something's just a millimeter off, I think. Doesn't seem very comfortable at the moment. And Ram,
he put a fight up for the majority of the game, but then, you know, Ram's just throwing them 7s and stuff, just constant barrage of 7 marks, you know. And so again, he does it right there. He shoots a 7 mark, closes the 19, gets 19 points, and shuts down the trip 20. Steve, he's just not feeling it right now. He's going to have to make a little change, adjustment, figure out what's going on, maybe a little aiming fluid. I know he's not one of those people, so maybe some lemonade will get him into the right spot there.
Get him a sandwich. He's hungry.
That's right.
I was going to say.
Sandwich. More like 29 Big Macs. Let's do that. And that'll get him in there.
He's more of a solid aiming fluid type.
Not that anybody asked, but I can 7 Big Macs in one sitting is by far the hardest food challenge I've ever done. But my buddy paid me $100 to do it. Just would like to say 28 Big Macs for Porky. I could see him doing it because he can eat. Let me tell you, that is impressive though.
Ram throws in another 7 mark again. Like I said, he's just throwing that barrage of 7 marks. He's up, you know. Porky's got to go up and throw a 9 mark on these 16s, and he's barely going to get the lead in points.
Yeah, I mean, if Ram continues this, it's the rest of this bracket is in trouble. I don't see anybody competing with it.
Yeah, it's definitely his to lose at this point if he keeps up this barrage, right? And look, there he goes, 5 mark going in, throws a 16, looks at 2 15s, and he's going to get game shot more than likely on this next round based on Porky's play.
Yeah, if I'm him, I start bull on my next round. Hoping to hit a 15 if I fall out.
Agreed, right? So if I was Ram, I'd walk up exactly, and you probably expect that from him. He may take it as you know, trip 15 and just move forward. He does. It's 6-15, blocks himself, but slings in a single bull.
I thought that miss was a 15 for a minute, and then I saw it said 13.
Look, that Brandon Neal in play. Listen to the commentator.
It's also important to note, right? If you look at the 3 of the men's brackets, I would say bracket 3 probably has the least amount of 5+ shooters, and these are 2 of them, right? The part of the math of this is trying to figure out who's already qualified to know which qualifier to play in. to try to like get your mentality set up correct. I think Porky thinks it's over. He's giving a lot of love. Rams over there saying, "Hey, you got another game, by the way."
Yeah, it does look like that, right?
But yeah, there's a little bit of the trying to figure out the best time to play. I know, especially if you're like one of the 4-0 to 4-5 players, you catch the right bracket without too many 5-0 shooters, you can have that run to top 4 to get the guaranteed spot. And realistically, top 6 still makes the cut more than likely. It depends this year with the 4th bracket being added. I know last year top 6 made the cut for the elite finale.
Right. Yeah,
I can give you
top
insight.
6, right? Because I was
It
able
ended
to
up-
sit there and take a 6th place and slide into the elite last year. And that was with the final qualifier, which I'd like to bring up. You know, we talk about people choosing which qualifier they want to go into. Well, those people, a lot of them, they'll have their all-star vouchers, right, that they've actually earned through the amount of games that were from PPD itself. And then you've also got your vendor vouchers. You know, Ram throws in a bang, bang, daddy's home there and hits a 9 mark against Steve in this 4th leg. But when you're sitting there and you've got these qualifiers, these vendor vouchers, some of these players have both vendor vouchers and all-star vouchers. So there's a lot of players on the wire waiting to see if they get a voucher passed down to them to be able to qualify. So they can't register for these first 1 or 2. And so they're all those guys are going to sit there and go into those last 2 qualifiers. And they're most likely going to be hungry because they barely got in, or, hey, you know what? I've got an opportunity here. I don't want to lose it.
And I am one of those players, and I can also give you some insight into what it looks like from that 4-0 to 4-5 range. Historically, I have signed up on the first weekend, and I am the 7th highest average in my bracket. So I took a different approach this year and signed up for the 2nd weekend. I have 2 vouchers though, so I'll use my PPD voucher next weekend and hopefully be able to pass my vendor voucher down to someone else so they get an opportunity where they otherwise wouldn't have. So whoever's behind me in line, I'm gonna see what I can do for you next weekend.
And I wish you the best of luck to get them that voucher.
Thank
That's
you.
for sure. I'm hoping for the same. I'm actually, I think I'm next 1 or 2 in line on a vendor voucher paying pass down. And so most likely I'll probably have one come because we do have 7 or 8 players at least that have their first qualifier with the all-star voucher. So that's going to leave a couple of them vendor vouchers. Ram does take this down 4-1 against Porky, takes the king seat, shooting a 6.0. Got Porky that's still going to have a run. He's going to go to the first loser's side, where he'll go back down to a best 2 out of 3. So we
It
look
looks
forward to
like
seeing
he's
what's
going
going
to
to
have
happen
a
in that
wait,
final.
a long enough wait where he can go eat now. Even with the amount of food that he eats, I think he'll have time.
Well, to tell the truth, he's got 3 matches, it looks like. So they are getting a little backed up, but they are fast, right? And, best 2 out of 3. And then, so he's got some time. He probably will go eat or take a nap. It's usually a struggle between him to figure out which one he wants more.
Mix of both. That's how I would be anyway.
Yeah, I mean, me personally, I usually just fall asleep while eating. And then,
Yes.
but yeah, we've got some more great matches coming up. I know there's looking at some of these brackets. We've got some in the finals, some more king seats.
It looks like it might be a second before we get another match on stream.
And for those that don't know, I am Tim Goodwin. I'm commentating out of Phoenix, Arizona. I've got here with me Brandon Neal from Omaha, Nebraska. Lucky me. And we're,
Sorry, Nick, I know I took your line. That's my bad.
I want to thank the PPD for inviting us out. This is a blast to do for one. Thank you. I appreciate it. And look forward to hopefully doing some more. And hopefully you guys are enjoying the show, listening to us with the mediocre commentary, as Mike Redmond likes to call it. And we'll go ahead and see what match is coming up next. We've got Kelly Sipe from Washington that's going to be coming up, and she's playing against Amanda. Kelly Sipe is a player that's, I believe, still playing in or if not just finalists for the CSC, the Women's Challenger Series, WCS. Yeah. And so I believe she's still in it. She's somebody I've never seen before play until the CSC. And one of those that really surprised me with her gameplay. She was in there fighting against some of the best females I've seen across this country and doing very well for herself.
Awesome. I'm glad to hear that. This should be a good one. Yeah, she's taking on Amanda, and in the one loss. This is round 4 of the one loss bracket.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to need Nick to go ahead and swipe right over here, and so we can get this match cleaned up and see what's going on. And then we've got, Kelly's up, shoots a trip 17.
Love the passive aggressive call out. Love it.
Yep, and Kelly sitting there does not get the point lead shooting at the trip 17, but Amanda's going to go up. She does have the bigger number, probably going to take a look at it first couple darts. Goes directly at the 17, surprising, aggressive, only gets 2, leaving Kelly quite the opening here to get the point lead and get an opportunity to shoot the 19s down, depending on how well she does on her first, second dart.
Yeah, being down 14 points, you think if she pops one of these, well, there's an X on her number, though, so I might just live in that 17, especially now. You got to stay 17, get that point lead.
Agreed. She just wires both sides of it. Yeah. You've got to find that spot. Yeah, first start, she's going to fight for it, right? She shoots at it, misses into the 3, gets the 17, it's going to fire back into the points, hits a single 19.
Kelly's got to put in some
control
work.
Of the league.
Yeah, and that was a smart last dart. Forces her to hit 2 triples on this. So now she's got to try to put in some work on the 16. Blocks herself on the first dart. I might switch 15 on that second and third dart, but there we go.
Does hit that trip 15. Yeah, I agree. After that first dart, I probably wouldn't even look back at that 16 unless I had to. And so that was a huge blocker. But she does smash that 15, keeping herself in the leg. Amanda closes it down with force on that second dart. And then
you think that third one was at a bull, maybe?
No, I'm pretty sure that was a 19, and she went a little. It looked like she fired a little fast and didn't get the adjustment all the way over to the 19 like she was hoping.
Yeah. Well, she lives by the rule. If you're gonna miss by 2. That's one of my favorite ones.
I haven't heard that one in a while, but I also haven't played with my wife in a couple of years, so.
I started league last Sunday with a big old fat trip 18. First round of the game, trip 18 to start. You're welcome.
Yeah, I can't say much. I was on stream playing a match the other night, Thursday night, and I think we were playing split bull and master out, and I went trip 12, trip 20, trip 18, all 3 at the trip 20.
Oh, spraying them all around everywhere, huh?
Yeah, so I think, we were talking about foot placement. Yeah, I kept moving my foot, and who knew where the arm was going.
I'll do it. Ooh, nice double. Another double here, and she'll take the point lead. Maybe change the landscape of this game a little bit.
Oh, I like that right there.
I love that.
That was a great close. Push the pressure on. Now it's 3 bulls to Amanda, 2 bulls to Kelly. That really turned this game on its side.
Transfer of pressure. We've talked about it. I've heard it 100 times on PPD streams.
Let's get 2 seconds, right? That transfer of pressure, that momentum, that move right there probably took Amanda from hitting that 3 bulls with ease to only hitting 2.
Brings her back to the line. Now she has a look at the win. Brilliant.
Oh, she does. Bull takes the first leg. Really like how that works.
Clutch. Yeah, very clutch.
That was just a great play right there. Smart on the 19. If you miss it, it does hurt. And it would have probably left, Amanda a free run on points. But instead, smashes the 19. Great play. Smart move. Ends up taking the leg for it.
Looking back, it's probably the right dart, right? She hits a double. The only other good dart would be another double bull. That bull was kind of on the top of the double. Single bull does nothing. Why not pop the trip?
Yeah, you've got a total of 4 holes to play with left. Yeah, I agree, man. I really like that move. And that's heads up play right there by her, showing that she's got plenty of experience to know what she needs to move to and work around. And great play. Let's see. This is.
I think the women's.
What is this? Is this the winner's side? So is this race?
No. This is a one loss bracket round 4. So
bracket.
It looks like the women's side is going to be cricket 01 cricket because I didn't see a court.
That's right. Yep, that's what it looks like. So, they go in.
I was just gonna say it was confusing because we did just have a last leg decider with the Carey playing in that last leg decider that was 01 that we saw earlier. So I'm not sure if this might be a programming error in the board. Because also on the bracket does list that the tiebreaker is supposed to be 501. It wouldn't be a fault of these ladies. It does look like maybe something might be programmed wrong there, though.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that's something they can look into. But for now, these ladies aren't going to let that bother them. They're going to play it as scheduled and as said. And so, playing 0-1, Amanda does not get that strong of a start, but Kelly is coming in with fury. Hits hat trick, just misses the hat trick. Low ton,
Looked like a
115 scored, and takes advantage of this leg.
Yeah, and it does say game 3 of 5 on the board, so that would mean that would be the cork, and then game 2 would be game 1. Okay, yeah. So this would be
looks like
game 2.
That's right. It looks like it's going to be cricket 0-1-0-1 for the ladies' first loss bracket.
Oh, interesting.
Let's see. We've got.
And
She
Kelly's
goes
really
up.
liking that
Bull.
bullseye.
She is finding it. Smashes
So
the hat trick. Great move. Does
Was
leave
that
herself
5 rounds
an out if she wants to
for
look
5
at
out
it.
of 6 rounds that she's hit at least 2 bulls?
Yeah, I wouldn't say
Going
5
back
out
to
of
cricket.
6 because if that'd be like 500 and plus. So that doesn't.
No.
do
I
math
mean, going
very
back
well.
her past 5 rounds, going back to the previous
You're
game.
right. Yes. Yeah. No, great. And again, that confidence from that hitting those 2 bulls and then that trip 19, then smashing that bull to finish the leg. That confidence going into this leg it's got to be huge, right? And you can see it when she's going bull. She does hit 1 bull this round, so leaving herself a nice 94 out. So you won't be looking at bull next first, or at least she shouldn't.
This is one of those qualifier brackets that it's looking ahead a little bit, and this is one of those where you start running into the gauntlet. Right? Because not far ahead you have Heidi, and then right after her you're going to have Hunter, and then right after her you're either going to have Meredith or Abby Spot.
Oh man,
Oof.
yeah, I just
Talk
pulled
about a
that
rough
bracket
run.
up, and I mean, I tell you what, if you go through this gauntlet, it is yours. You deserve every bit of this. I mean, there is not one easy road to go through here, based on looking at this first loss. I mean, Abby Spot loses the king seat to Meredith McGee, and you kind of expect Abby to go back up there. But the way Heidi's been playing, the way Kelly, I've seen her play, any one of these ladies can sit there and go back and compete.
Yep. Yeah, it's going to be, like you said, well earned. Whoever comes out of this.
I agree. Kelly sits there, takes first look, hits single 19, double 19 left. Does she go right at it? I would. Smashes it, wins that leg. So now she moves on over Amanda, and she will be playing, it looks like, Roxanne Mudd next match.
Roxanne is a 2.495 and a 22 PPD. So should be.
Should be a good one, but you'd think based on averages, Kelly would have the upper hand. Right. Now, one thing I noticed, did you see how Amanda stands while she was throwing?
I did not.
Every time she was up forward, she was had her front foot forward, she was leaning way forward. Every time she throws a dart, she goes almost parallel. How much time do you think it takes of practice to get that kind of balance over and over?
Well, and there was enough movement. I would
probably tip over.
Yeah, true. And that's enough movement that I think that you would start to fatigue. Your legs would start to fatigue after not long. I mean, because you figure you're throwing, 500 darts, including warm-ups and things like that, maybe more. And lifting that leg like that 500 times in a day, that's got to wear on you after a little bit.
Yeah, I guess there is one person we could ask that does shoot like that, Mr. Eric Barron, the White Buffalo. If you've ever seen that guy play, it's a very similar stance, but he does not miss often. And he's also the Grand Board Warrior.
Oh, yeah, that's where I know that name from. Got it.
I was lucky enough to play with and against that guy, out here in Phoenix, Arizona. He's just always been a force. I got to go to Hong Kong and China with him, or Hong Kong and Macau years ago, and watched him sit there and put on a show against Boris Kirchmar, and it was just an unbelievable battle all the way down to the final leg, the final dart. And, I don't know too many players from the U.S. that do that. I do know a few.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say that list is short. That is a short list.
Looks like we're coming back in. We see Derek Kraus just won the cork against Jeremiah Berger. So we're back on the 1-game bracket here.
I think this is the 1-loss bracket.
1 loss, yes. That's what I meant. 1 loss bracket. And so they're going to be
Round
doing the same
5.
format as earlier, right? So it's going to be cricket 01. Oh, Derek did win game 1. Okay. So here we go. Jeremiah starts with the 3 mark. I mean, we've been seeing this consistently from him over the last 3 matches we've been watching. He hasn't really been starting off too strong.
Wow, uncharacteristic start. It might that I see at the top level when someone opens up with a 3 mark, popping a triple 20 first dart, and I think I might see why, because there wasn't much of a follow up there. I think the 19 would have been my comfort play to put some points on the board, but Maya makes it pay.
I agree with you right there, right? Because you just gave him a free run on the 19s. Now he's up, a bigger number of points. Am I against the move of shooting that 20? It depends on my first couple darts at the 19. Again, I'd still shoot at the 19 first.
Yeah, if you hit him, great, take the shot. But if not, I feel like we got to have the point lead right there.
Yeah, especially fighting that first one, and he gives you that opening, right? So you could have sat there and they give you that free opportunity. There it is, little BBDH, bang bang, daddy's home for Jeremiah Berger, putting them like 19s and shutting the 17 down.
I wish I'd have had the opportunity to say it earlier. I thought I had another round, but I was gonna say it creates a snowball effect, right? Like a domino effect. Just once he misses, and then Jeremiah hits, and he starts getting a little confidence going. And then he hits a 9 mark right after.
Yeah, not what you want to see from Derek when you're sitting there giving him the opportunity to do that, right? Especially against Jeremiah Berger, who we've been watching on a couple of these CSIs or the invitationals, and he can battle. He does leave an opening there for Derek to try and come back, but unfortunately only gets 3 singles.
Yeah, if he could have put in 9 there, then I think he claws himself back into the game a little bit.
Well, that would have been one of those pressure momentum shots that we were talking about earlier, right?
Yeah.
It could change that momentum and hopefully. But Berger, comfortable here, shoots close on the 16, went ahead and went right for the Bulls, but does leave an opportunity for Derek here.
And he takes advantage. I mean, he's put himself back in the conversation. Likely still going to lose, but that was the case before his round 2. So, might scared me there for a second. Oh my goodness, the doubles, guys. It's cute when you hit it. But
It's a missed double right there, making Mr. Brandon Neal cringe on the screen.
Brandon, I like me some good old doubles. You're gonna hate hearing that, but can you talk us through why do you hate it so much?
he missed it outside low. If he missed a triple outside low, he's got a single 15. Now he can throw. Oh, now the 15's closed. If he did that the previous round, it's very simple. This isn't complicated. I don't know why this has become so popular.
This might be one of the most heated moments in Brandon Neal's darting history right here.
It's just the volume. It's snowballed out of control. I've just heard so many clanks today for no reason.
I listen. I agree, and here's really what it comes down to. If you're under a 4-5 shooter, you shouldn't even really consider the double majority of the time, other than in the handful of scenarios where you have 1 dart in hand for 2 marks. And I personally, I've never shot the double 19 or double 17 because you don't even shoot that in 01 typically ever unless you have to. If you're the problem is if you're a 3-0 player, if you're a 2-5 player, if you're one of these players that are trying to come up, you're just doing yourself a disservice by shooting that double. But if you are a player that has a pretty good consistency and you have a pretty good idea of not only if you can hit or not, but your darts placement, that's where things start to change up a little bit. Like Brandon, you're good enough that you could throw some doubles. I'm just saying, I'm a 4.03 by my own advice. I shouldn't
disagree.
shoot doubles.
I don't disagree. However, I can hit the triple 15 just as easy as I can hit the double 15. And if I miss the triple 15 to the right, it counts. It's very simple. I mean,
I agree with you both there. Me personally, I do take shots here and there, depending on which double it is and how many darts are in hand. Like you mentioned, if it's a last dart in hand, I may take that look, being under pressure, because I like the weight of where the double is compared to missing a hole inside or outside, left or right. But agreed, most players should not be looking at that double. They spend most of their time shooting at the triples. Why move away from them when you're under pressure like that? So we've got Jeremiah that's about to finish this leg and take over the match. It'll be tied 1-1. So then they're going to go into a tiebreaker, and they'll get into the Diddle 0-1 match leg here.
very important cork.
It is, right? So this is going to sit there and push one player into continuing this format, or it's going to be pushing one player into that last final bracket. And then they're going to have they may have a little wait, but it does look like these things are moving pretty fast.
Ouch. And Derek is going to give my big advantage a likely advantage, which he takes advantage of immediately. So Maya will be going first in a game of 501 Fat Bull, open in, open out. Ouch.
Yeah.
Player
And
of
you're
his
going to give it
caliber.
to the guy who just sat there and shot a white horse on the on the diddle to try and warm up for his next leg. Although most likely he'll be shooting bulls here.
Yeah, and is someone of Maya's caliber, and you mentioned it earlier, made that run, a couple of runs through the CSC, runner up one year, so you know that he has the chops to play under pressure, and he just put one dead center and one right behind it. Yeah, see, that's not a spot you want to be in if you're
Definitely not. It's that hat trick, now he's sitting there throwing in. You're going second, and knowing that this guy can fire, there's got to be pressure. Now you got to be on every dart. He does hit the first and the second. Gonna follow?
I would have looked up, probably. I mean, that's your only shot, I think, is go 160, 170 and hope for 171 almost.
Well, that's if you know the player, right? And so Derek may think that Jeremiah Berger just sat there and said, yep, I hit a hat trick on, and he's just going to try and follow and get that opportunity. Now, I hope he gets that opportunity, which with that shot, Derek throws in a hat trick. He can sit there and be right next door to him.
But still, like we talked about earlier, you have to expect him to go out in 6 from here, which is a 12 dart. It's a pretty standard leg from somebody of his caliber. And if you're on a 10 dart, right, the soft tip bull perfect game, you're never going to get a look if somebody just throws a pedestrian 12 dart game.
You're correct. You're correct. So yeah, if you're going second, just like we talked earlier, if you know who you're playing at, you know the average, and honestly, you're playing this event, and you may not know anybody you're playing against, so you should be playing that strategy anyways at this level.
Yeah, especially considering he has at least 2 games of experience against him, right? And like you said, he threw a couple of 9 marks, some very impressive rounds. You have to know he's got a 12 dart in him. I just don't see any disadvantage of taking a shot.
Well, he does take a shot there at the 20s to try and leave himself an out after his first missed bull. Hits that first triple with the second dart, but doesn't hit the second, and so Jeremiah's got a free look at the game here.
Yeah.
Leaves himself 50. He's definitely going to get a look at it.
Yeah, so Derek just has to put in a really solid round. I would probably just go 150. I'd probably go 119 if I were him.
Yeah,
well, leaves himself 112. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's not 112 is not tough in this format either,
No, and
and
you
it's
know
one
you're
of those
probably not going to get a look at it. You're probably not going to get a look, but you might.
you can always hope. The player still has to throw those 3 darts, right? Oh, smashes that double 15 for the final. Takes the match right there. Jeremiah Berger moving on in the first lose bracket and pushing Dirk Krause down to the last chance bracket, where he'll play 1 game of cricket.
And Maya Berger will move on to play Jimmy Boone. Winner of that will play Justin Dennison, and the winner of that will play Steve Hilger. So it's starting to get to that part of the bracket where
It's
it don't
getting
get easier.
dicey.
Yeah.
That's right. It's definitely getting dicey. Well, I think we're bringing in another ladies match. We've got Andrew Brewer against Trisha Mader. It looks to be their first leg of cricket. Trisha's, this is the last chance bracket. So they're 1 game of cricket. And with Trisha starting, she is going to try and find a new number as they are neck and neck in this game right now.
Yeah, Angie's somebody I'm very familiar with from the Kansas City area. Known her for at least a decade. Really solid player. Looks like that she's doing well to take the lead in this match. Looks like the 15th, 16th place match. So hopefully the start. She's won her first leg in the last chance. This is her second. So hopefully this is a start of a good run for her.
Definitely. As she sits there and gets the point lead on the 18s, continues it. Trisha's going to sit here and try and close 17s. Doesn't do so, which could give Angie a free run down the numbers.
Yeah, at this point, with a 42-point lead in a zone, I would probably just go fat, but looks like that she went wavered a little bit on that first start. Still in a good spot, as long as nothing crazy happens in this round. If she hits a triple, she'll put herself back in. She did. Great round by her. Pulled herself right back in the game. 26-point lead.
Takes that point lead. Very good. Let's see. I'm trying to take a look at the stats. We've got Andrew. Let's see. Trisha is. These two are actually pretty close to each other. You got Trisha at a 2.671, and you had Andrew, I think, is a 2.5.
Like that round. Close point. She's going to be up by 24. So Angie's going to take a look at the 18. Probably going to go. I'm probably getting rid of this 17 right now if it's me. Oh, she dropped a dart, especially now that you have to regroup. It's the bottom of the board. Get the 17 out of there. Like she went to point.
I agree. I think the 17 would have been the smart play there. Put a little more pressure on a close or opening up another bed for Trisha. It looks like stat-wise, they may not know it, but Angie's at a 2.35, and so that gives Trisha the advantage based on average.
Well, this match could not be very much closer right now. Now, Angie closes 17, but there's an X on her 18, so that's probably gone bye-bye. And then it's all going to come down to what happens in the corners, as it does so many times.
Right. Yeah, exactly. She closes the 18 first start. I think if she followed your advice on the last round, close that 17 instead of that single 18, this could be a different turn into that 16.
Yeah, landscape would be a little bit different. Not groundbreakingly different, but I mean we're at a 22 point difference right now. Yeah, it would definitely be within a bullseye, which is or be flipped the other way. Sorry.
Right. All right. So
try to watch and talk at the same time, which I 10 out of 10 do not recommend.
Yeah, that's why I don't chew gum and commentate. For one, the smacking wouldn't be very comfortable, and all right, we're looking at battle on the 16s.
Big dart.
Big dart right there. Shoo, huge. Hits a 6 mark on the 16s. That's going to put the pressure on Trisha going into the 15s right here on
She
the
went into 15 in her second dart. That's some nerve.
aggressive, right?
Yeah.
If you hit it though, that's one of those. It's like, well, that's a huge pressure shot. And
So my league partner throws it doubles a lot, right? And so we talk about, and we use the phrase, "It's only dumb if you miss," a lot. Hopefully he's listening. He'll finally get it through his head.
Again, yeah, like earlier, right? We mentioned it's smart if you hit it, but as soon as you miss, you
huge. That gave her the point lead. That was a big 7 mark in a big moment. She had to have it.
Yeah, I love that play. Neither one of these ladies are giving up here. They're fighting these corners to the finish here. You got a miss, and a trip 16 under pressure. So great shot there by Angie to get that point lead.
And another triple. I mean, they are back to go. Big shot coming in. Sailed it high. Still a good shot though. Nothing to be mad at. Puts her up.
Right, you hit that. Points. She hit that 6-15s right there. You gotta get the adrenaline calmed down a little bit before you switch over to that 16. You could tell it took a ride right there.
Here we go. Standing in the middle of the ring. Yeah, just standing in the middle of the ring, throwing haymakers at each other. They're both showing a lot of heart right here. I love it.
I love that analogy. Great one right there for sure, because that's exactly, they started just tiptoeing each other around the 20s through 17s, but as soon as the 16s and 15s came in, it's round 5. This is the last battle. This is the last bout. Let's go.
Yeah. And it looks like that last dart caught every bit of that wire between the 10 and the 15 triple segment.
Yeah, Angie's not even, she throws off a little bit. You can tell the adrenaline's pumping based on where these misses are going if they're a number high.
Yeah, and I think given that scenario, that dart was smart, putting a little bit of separation, especially like you said, there's got to be a little bit of nerve setting in, a little bit of reality of, you know how that is when it starts, when you can see the finish line for whatever reason, nerves kick in there, right? You have that adrenaline, everything's going great, but then when you can see the finish line and it starts to become a reality, tighten up a little bit. Oh, they rounded out.
Yep. Oof. Yeah, this is 20-round game for PPD rules. So, it looks like that is it for that. I didn't catch who got the win. I think it was
Angie. Angie would have gotten the win with 550 something. Yeah. So she will move on, and she will play the winner of Amanda Seuss and Chelsea Ritter.
Nice.
And now it looks like we have Mr. DZL himself, Daryl Cortez.
Diesel, my man. Jonathan Long. So, there's not too many more out. What's the word for Jonathan Long? Boisterous. So, he likes to sit there and make himself known on these Facebook groups and ready to play these big players, and so it's exciting to see what he's going to do against somebody of this caliber, Daryl Cortez. It's game 1, I believe, and this is the first round loss.
So, Daryl Cortez, I have a long history with, right? We've battled each other a million times. He gets me most of the time. Every now and then I sneak one in on him. Jonathan Long, I've gotten to know pretty well the last couple of years. We drew each other's finale partners a couple of years ago.
Nice.
Both underperformed pretty aggressively, but since then we have played each other a couple of times, I believe, in the CSC barn burner events, and I believe he is one that doesn't use aiming fluid either. So he's so
very nice.
Yeah, and battler though.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he also plays out of his own shop, right?
Correct. He has a shop that
Dead Center Darts is where he's playing out of. And they actually do have a camera system, unfortunately just not fully online today.
Yeah, he plays with Johnny Jenkins a lot, I think, right?
Nice. Well, he's sitting there trying to stay in the slug right now, shooting at the 18s. Doesn't get enough to take point lead, so I expect Daryl to sit there, really pile in these 19s, create some more separation. And he does.
Has such a quick fire shot. It's just so natural and repeatable. Jealous. It's coming from one of the slowest players on this continent. So I'm working on that, guys. I'm getting better. I hate it too if it makes anybody feel any better.
Right. Yeah, when you sit there and watch these players who make it look so easy, so smooth, and
it's just so
everything,
effortless. Just
I agree. And he does. He is fire those. There's only a few other players. I mean, well, I say a few, but there's quite a few actually soft tippers that shoot as fast as he does.
mm-hmm.
And it's always fun to watch players like Ricky Evans, when they're going against guys like, what's Danny Lauby and Ricky Evans. That should be, those matches, they could finish 80 legs in about 10 minutes, the way they fight.
They've played each other, and if I remember right, I think it was them too. Whole match took like 4 minutes.
It was, yeah, exactly. Yep, that was it's fun to watch though when they get going and stuff. There's just, you can't blink. The match is over.
Yeah. Well, Daryl has put a stranglehold on this one. And it looks like that he's probably going to take this out in a round or two. And yeah, Jonathan's
just not hitting the big numbers.
Relegated. He's ready for this one to be over, I think. Ready to start the next leg. And they are getting down to the business end of this one loss bracket. One more.
They are. There's only one more person in front of them, with Rick Sturbins. And wow, so that's going to be a tough one going right into the next one. Yeah, if you're Richard Sturbins, you got to look at that and go, you know what, I don't want to play either of these two. Or is there somebody you pick out of these two? Me personally, I wouldn't want to play either one of these, but Daryl does make it look a lot cleaner. So I'd probably pick Jonathan which, at some point I will get the opportunity to play against him.
And did we say top four? Top four are guaranteed, is that right?
That's right. Top four guaranteed. Most likely 5 and 6 are probably going to go, but guaranteed is top four.
Loser of this match will go to the 5th place match. So,
wow. So they're technically one battle away. Technically, so.
Yeah, I was going to say technically a lot on the line. You can put it in cruise control, as a lot of people will do. After I've been guilty of that subconsciously. Right? When you're in, I'm like, yeah. And then I get back up and try to compete, and it's just not the same because the mission is accomplished already.
Yeah, that's got to be tough, right? Because
I'd almost rather not know, but it's so hard. It's so important to make. If you're one of those players, like that, that's why I got back into darts, was I started watching the TOC streams back when it was Dennis Sandin and Kyle Liddicky and, those guys. That's what got me back into playing competitively. So it means a lot. So you're always looking at the bracket and knowing where you are. When you make it, there's a celebration.
And there's a 9 mark right there for Jonathan Long on them 20s. Gets a big lead. No, I agree with you 100% there. It's hard to sit there and your goal is to take that top 4, top 5. And as soon as that's reached, there's definitely a heavy weight lifted off your shoulders. So you don't have that same adrenaline rush or that same push to keep competing, which can be very tough to maintain. Me personally, it definitely is.
Yeah.
So we've got Jonathan going up. He opts to try and get another number, even though he's 160 points up on. He only gets 2 single 18s, leaving Daryl a free run on the 19s.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I understand that you want to get a zone, but he had a 140 point lead. And now he's got a 36 point, 46 point. And I don't know. And I guess
at this point you go right back at it.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But if I go up and I miss the first dart, I hit a single 18 there, I'm going to take a look at shutting that down with that big point lead on the third dart, and at least put a single on that 19 to make it a little easier. Daryl goes up and he sits there, hits 4 19s, hits a trip 17 to open another bed. And you think, based on the points, that Jonathan's got a big advantage, and I don't think he does. I
don't either. It's deceiving, right? You look at the board and you're like, oh, okay, he's in a good. Oh, yeah, actually, he's not in a great spot.
No, that amount of points can go away with 2 darts, and the way that Daryl's smashing the 19s and 17s, you expect it to go away this round.
Yeah, I'm confused. I don't know what Jonathan's aversion is to the 19. He hasn't taken a dart out. He just threw it the 17 instead. I'm not following that. I don't know why. There wasn't a bed blocked or anything like that. He threw it this 17 instead of the 19. I don't understand it.
Yeah, he's got me perplexed as well. I mean, he does sit there and put a nice 7 mark on the 18s to take the points, but he's got to be looking at shutting the 19 down. Is he know something we don't, that Daryl's not a fan of 19s? Because I've never seen Daryl not miss 19.
I don't know. Daryl loves the bottom of the board. He loves both of those numbers. Doesn't hate the 20 or 18 either. So
Yeah,
I would
his
take the one
caliber, he
that
doesn't hate any number, right?
right.
So,
Yeah, I would take the one that's costing me more points every time he hits it.
I agree. And it looks like he took a look there at the 19 that round. And so some confusing play here. Maybe it was just an off miss when he shot at the 17 and got a little tense.
That's true. I guess we don't consider that, but that's true. Might have slipped out of his hand or something like that. I hope
pulls in and
now
collects on the points there. And so Jonathan's going to have to go back to the 18s. And I still think as soon as you sit there and you're going to get eaten alive by those two numbers, I think.
Yeah, gosh, he's in a bad spot, and I really wish that 17, that mark on the 17 was on the 19. It would just make his whole world a lot easier right now. And
Agreed. Because Daryl just closed it down. Like, even that last play by Jonathan has me confused because he goes up, hits a trip 18, hits a single 18, and he goes right down to point. He hits a 3, or not to point, but to close one of those. Like, you can't close them both on one dart in hand. You might as well stay up there.
Yeah, and I feel like we have to get. I'm not, Jonathan. I love you. I'm not trying to pick you apart. I promise you, I'm not. But with an X on the 16, I'm assuming he was probably blocked. I can't see his POV, but I'm assuming it was blocked. You got to move. We got to have those 32 points. We got to have.
Yeah, you can't give away that number, and that's apparent here. As he barely gets the point lead. It is a big 7 mark. But Daryl's gonna. If I'm Daryl here, I shut down the 15 first and then collect. And he says, "Yep, thank you." Close 15 and gets the point lead.
I do want to take I want to take a moment here to congratulate the players that are currently guaranteed 4th or better position, because that means that they are guaranteed to be in the elite finale. So basically anybody that played in the King Seat match, which would be Mike Maloney, Jules Van Dongen, Danny Baggish, Rich Sturbins, Ram Gavara, Steve Hilger on the men's side, so far guaranteed, waiting for those other spots to fill in from the last chance bracket. And then on the other side there for the women, Meredith McGee, Abby Spot, Carolyn Googie, and Madison Van Beek there are so far guaranteed to be in the elite finales there from this qualifier.
Wow, congratulations to all those players for sure. That's fantastic. And
pretty much the who's who
expected to be there, right?
Right. Yeah, as I say, it's pretty much the who's who of these brackets. I can't say I'm shocked by any of those.
Yeah, me neither. Nothing really jumped out as somebody by, but Daryl takes that leg right there, wins the match 2-0, and that's going to push Jonathan Long down to the last chance bracket.
And he finished on a tie too. If anybody knows me, that's so satisfying.
A little gentleman's game finish.
Well, it's actually the opposite, but
looks like we got
Kelly
Sipe and Heidi Nelson.
Yeah,
Kelly's got full control of this leg.
Heidi's another one of my favorites. This is the 1 loss, right? If I remember right. Yep.
Yeah. Yes, 1 loss. Heidi is also one of my favorites. She's a great person. I love every time she's at an event that I'm at. I can't help myself from having a conversation with her because she's definitely a ball of fun to be around.
Right. Yeah. Infectious personality, very outgoing, sweet young lady.
Kelly only gets 1 bowl there. As strong as she was earlier, and as we've seen on the stream, you'd expect that one to go. But Heidi's probably just going to try and line these up, find her zone, and get ready for the next leg.
Cleaning the board up a little bit, as you do. I think she's in the same position Jonathan was in. She's just ready to move on to the next. Let's get this next leg going. And Kelly's playing with the food a little bit. And going to make her walk back up there and throw again.
You know, as much as you'd like that opportunity and stuff, and she's not far off. She could put a lot of pressure on. As much as you'd like that miss and knowing that last round that you were kind of dancing around to get some numbers closed and stuff, you didn't think you'd really have this opportunity.
Technically, Heidi had game shot right there. She could have gone double bull, trip 19. It was over.
True. So and one reason why you can never give up here, but I think again it's trying to create that opportunity, right? All right, well, this game most likely over, but if I sit there and put this dart and that dart, I might have the opportunity to crush it. Right now, being in this first loser bracket, is cricket 0-1, then 0-1, so Heidi will get the start. Fat bull.
Need a strong start here, at least a ton, I would say.
What are your thoughts on playing on boards with the wall that close to you? If you look at Heidi's screen, you can tell her elbow's pretty much touching the wall.
Yeah, I don't like it. I'm a mover. I'm a horizontal mover. I move up and down the line a lot to prevent blocks. And if I don't have the opportunity, it takes a step out of my game.
Yeah, it can become frustrating, right?
Tool out of my tool belt. Yep, absolutely.
So
one thing.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt there, but I was going to say, just in regards to the playing with the wall on the side, Skybox, which many people do remember from back when it was a CSC bar, now is demolished in a construction building. But they had a wall just like that where you would be playing right there, except because it's Florida, right where that like little board is there, that frame, there was a air conditioning unit right there too. So if you're playing the board, not only is your elbow hitting the wall, but you're also getting blasted by an AC unit right at head level height for like the average 6 foot tall person. And so it was the worst board to play on. I'm normally the easiest going, don't care what board I'm playing on. They're all the same to me, except for that one board at that one bar that I remember I used to get so in my head whenever I was playing on that board.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
nice ton there.
I haven't had an AC blowing in my face, but I've definitely had some fans on full blast that you can't reach that decide to throw your darts around. And so I know personally I've had to shorten my barrel or my setup up to be able to combat some of that.
Yeah, you almost have to throw harder too, so it doesn't flutter so much.
Yeah, one of the main boards I play these TOC leagues on is at a bar called Sage and Sand out here in Glendale, Arizona. And the reason I ask is we have a board that close to the wall as well. And I played my qualifiers last year on that board. I personally like to move around, like you mentioned. But what was nice was I knew that I didn't have to worry about any movement or objects on my left, right? Because, being right-handed, I throw right, I tend to look to the left, and there's less distractions when I'm staring at the wall.
Yeah, I was going to say that one, other than wanting to move, I'm a lefty, so I wouldn't really even ever see it.
Have you ever shot the opposite with a wall on the right?
Not that I can think of. I have had a huge open window at 2:00 in the afternoon to my right. That's, challenging.
I bet. Yeah, you're going to have to wear sunglasses for this match. Well, in fact, on these new G3s, some of them I need to wear sunglasses anyways. But
right. Yeah. Well, Heidi puts herself in a good spot here. Kelly's going to need a ton. I don't, there's not really any other way around it. She's been throwing clutch under pressure as long as we've been watching her, so I expect nothing less.
And she's nice to watch. Yeah. I mean, she's got great form there. No movement, really. A little
tempo is good. Yeah.
And it's smooth. It's really nice to see, and it's surprising that she didn't throw a ton in there because she's been lighting them up. Heidi did throw a 108 last round. If she can repeat that, she's going to take this leg.
Still has a look. Okay. 17 probably from here.
Ooh,
Went to the
that went to the
19, I'm guessing.
19. Mm-hmm.
With it being open out, doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it's player's choice, right? So.
Yeah. Technically, Kelly has an out here with the ability to hit a single. If it would have been a 17 fallout, she would have had a look.
Yeah, what's your opinion on that? I mean, that type of look, I think a 19 right with there would have left a nice 2 triple out. A trip 19 would have left a single and a bull out. Do you
You
stay
talking about
on the
with
bull?
137?
Yeah.
Or what do you mean?
Sorry, what was it, 137? Yeah, what I meant was shooting a 20 or 17 first dart to make sure that you guarantee a 2 dart out after. Or if you go bull, she just misses there and leaves herself 35. But my point being, do you stay on that bull or do you take a look at the odds of trying to hit a single triple combination?
It's 6 and 1, half a dozen to the other. I mean, so you're going to have to take a look. You're going to have to hit a triple anyway. You have to incorporate a triple in 137. So my thought is, why not try it on the first dart? Because if you miss on your first dart throwing at a trip 17 and you hit a single, you still leave yourself a shot.
I agree wholeheartedly. So that's my pick too. If you've got a 7 mark to hit, you got to hit a triple. Might as well leave yourself an opportunity after that first start if you miss. Heidi takes that leg with a 20.88. So they're going to be tied up 1-1. The game was on the wire. They're right next to each other stat-wise. Let's see. So this should be the cork right here, and not the full game. So they'll throw 3 darts, see who hits the highest score, and get to start the final leg.
So while they're getting into this leg here, one of the opportunities I got to do the other day was to fill in for the lovely Tim Goodwin in the Arizona Premier League. And I had a lot of fun commentating my match there. Can you talk to us a little bit about what the Arizona Premier League is?
Sure. So what we've got going on is Mike Scarborough, a good buddy of mine out here in Arizona. A lot of people know him, especially in the TOC world, because he likes to dance around and go topless, and he's a very beautiful man, so he can do that. And so he has started the company Purple Punch Productions. And so what we've done is we have a stream at a bar named Toso's and created a Premier League. 8 players in Arizona have been invited. We have some great talent in there, and so they're battling it out in a similar format, long format singles. Each day is a tournament. And so they will play it out, earn points each day, and then over a certain amount of events, they will sit there and play a finale for those points. And so we also have Premier Leagues that are going to be feeding those in the future.
Hold on one second. Kelly just started the Fat Bull 501 game with a 1080. Don't know if it was on purpose or not, but she smacked it.
That right there.
Huge.
Huge. 180, especially with as strong as she's been shooting the bulls, and she starts off with a 180. Man, that's going to put pressure on. You can see it on Heidi's throw right there, only hitting 12 behind her. I mean, that is.
It would confuse me as well. That's why it's so impactful. I think that she's following it up, throwing at cricket numbers. So I think it was on purpose. What a round! I mean, not like it was a fallout. I mean, just finishing up a cork, starting the next game. She popped that.
Well, she's not shooting at the bulls at all right now.
Well, what's interesting is she could have set up a 9-darter by going 180 to the hat trick to leave the 171, right? And I was almost wondering if that's what she was going for. But no matter what, if you open with a 180, especially in this format, especially in this bracket, I mean, that's a big statement piece on its own.
Right. Yeah. At this point in the tournament, Game 3, opening with a 1080, that's disgusting. It's hard to come back from.
Yeah, you can see that in Heidi right now. She's going to have to sit there and put in a big round right here if she wants to get it back in the leg, right? And she's got to build her confidence to shoot another big round because Kelly is not really missing much. I do want to thank you, Nick, for jumping into that stream and all the other players and commentators that were able to say some nice things and have a great time with us. So we look forward to a few more. Our next event's August 17th. So if you're looking for some fun darts from Arizona and players and want to see how we do it here, August 17th is our next day.
And I have caught, I think, all of the streams. Love the idea. Great idea. Love that you have the talent there to be able to put together something like that that's entertaining. And the way that you stream it, it's brilliant. Love it. It's really enjoyable as a viewer.
Wow, that's great hearing from you. Appreciate the kind words there. Kelly smashes a hat trick, but then Heidi throws in a low ton of a 119. So this is still a game here. Yeah, the way that first dart hit, there was no doubt she was going to hit the bull. Unfortunate,
Right.
It's 15.
I'm thinking that she's suffering from lack of confidence at the little circle in the middle. Not anything I've ever dealt with by any stretch, but
Well, I tell you what, the way she hit that hat trick, it was pretty promising that she was going to. I mean, and hit that trip 19. I thought the game was over. Goes at the double 15 or double 10 to win the leg, but hits the double 15. Heidi is too far back there that she's got to put a lot of pressure and hope that Kelly does the same thing.
Oof. So the loser of this game gets the pleasure of playing in the 7th place match against Hunter Smith.
Talk about a top talented player as well. Jeez, I mean, Hunter is a monster on the dartboard. She's sticking with her double out. Shoots at the 10, hits the tar, gets a 6. Probably going to go fat here, right?
Have to.
Oh, triple 9 outside. Heidi's getting the opportunity she didn't think she was going to have.
Definitely did not see herself with a look at a W in this leg that saw her 170 points down after her first 3 darts ish, somewhere in that neighborhood, and took it out.
Pulls it off. I like that. Definitely a golf clap deserved. Well done, Heidi, to stay in that leg.
What drama.
And that was after Kelly started with 180 to start that leg.
180, and Heidi followed it up with like a 10 total.
Yeah, and Kelly
I don't know what it was. It was 3 very small numbers.
Kelly had a 180 and a hat trick in that leg, that single leg. Oof. Well, hopefully she can sit there and keep that high scoring power momentum into the next match. But you know, I'm going to need that finishing to get a little better. I think she maybe got overconfident going for the doubles instead of just hitting that fat 20. And
no, I would have. I agree with the look at the double. It reduces the chance for a bust, right? I like you talk. You're hitting a fat single for a W. It's just so hard. I truly think, 1 going for a double 10 there is the right shot. At least the first dart. Then you might, take a look at a.
We know you like doubles, Brandon. It's your favorite thing.
Love them. Now at 01, well, it's a little different. I don't hate
what do
all
we have
doubles.
here? This is looks like a final leg of Daryl Cortez and Richard Struden. And, man, this would have been a great match to watch. I'm sure as all legs probably were a battle, especially if we're in the final leg. Daryl's going to sit there and leave himself a 148, but Rich Sturbink's going to get the first look at an out of a 132. Probably going to go bull, double 16.
Yeah, this is one of those outs that when you just look at 132, you think, oof, that's a lot. It's, very, very doable. If you translate it to cricket, it's just a 4 mark. Now he's got a really good look, and it's over.
Yeah, he takes it out. Nice 132 out for Mr. Rich Sturbians. Moving on in that first loss bracket. And that's going to push Daryl Cortez down to the last chance. And that's surprising to see him down there.
But Daryl's going to be fine with this loss here, not only just because it looks like they were having a fun bout, but because that loss still guarantees 4th place, right? He got his job done after his Jonathan Long match. So now it's just, you can see he's all smiles and everything. And not that he's not normally a pretty positive player, but he knows that right now it's just time to hang out and throw darts, get a couple more games in. Pretty good spot to be in.
Yeah, and Daryl is one of those people that when you run into him, it just makes your day better. I mean, he's got that that most little just hint of a southern drawl, and he's just so sweet. Just, makes your day better.
He is too. Yeah, every time I've gotten to talk to him over in Kansas City, man, it's great. Just he's just good people to sit there and have
just
a
improves your
conversation
day. Like
Yep.
if you're, I'm just envisioning in between matches, running to the restroom, and I see Daryl on my way. I know my day just got better.
Yeah, he's got that nice little smirk that he gives you when you're running by, and you're like, oh, yeah. Thanks for recognizing me, Daryl. Yeah. Nah, he's awesome.
Well,
Looking
guys,
forward to
I do want to just say here, it does look like we are probably going to go to an ad break here, let these players get their next matches set up. I do believe we have Jeremiah Berger in a match coming up next, and then we also have Daryl Cortez, of course, that we're watching along, Ram Gavara and Kelly Sipe that we'll be following their journeys for here. Anything you guys want to say before we get to the ads?
No, thank everybody for watching.
break.
Appreciate the opportunity, and stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Yes, sir.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today. Nathan Aspinall Echo soft tip darts. By the way, I've swapped out the stems and flights for the new K-Flex number 2 standard flight. Originally only number 6 was available. Now we have number 2 in all colors and lengths. All right, 146 remaining. Ho, ho, ho. Damn, that felt good. Echo has really expanded since it first came out as an exclusively soft tip range. Now we have a player edition that has remnants of Nathan's prior signature darts, notably the overall shape of the barrel and the milling, with the CNC milling in the front, nano grooves in the middle, finishing off with radial grooves in the rear, which to me feel the most aggressive. So if you have a widespread grip or a 5-finger hold like Nathan himself, I would recommend taking a look at this barrel. It's certainly a more affordable option than your typical PDC Superstar signature dart. Take a look. Dartboard lighting systems that work with soft tip boards, starting with what I'm calling your best value option, the 180 Illumina lighting system. Quick clarification, you cannot purchase the cheaper light version, LITE, but the more durable and robust normal Illumina lighting system is going to work since it mounts to the wall. If you want to upgrade to the ultimate setup, we'd recommend the Target Corona Vision lighting system plus conversion kit that is compatible with most grand boards. This is basically a zero installation option. No power tools are needed. You're not mounting the light to the dartboard or the wall. You just assemble the legs to the light when you buy it, and then when you buy the conversion kit, it's magnetic. Just snaps right onto the leg, and the 4 prongs push into the dartboard. Here are 2 budget-friendly options. Number 1 is the Target Arc light, not the cabinet light, but just the light by itself, which clips to the dartboard directly. So I have the Target Arc light under the Illumina, giving it more stability by accident, but if it was on its own, it'd be a little wobbly on the board. You can see the lights illuminating like half of the board, and it's certainly in danger of falling if you bump into the board or retrieve your darts too hard. The GLD Shadow Buster. This is our most budget-friendly option. It was designed to screw onto the top of a cabinet, and then it can swivel downward to illuminate the board, and also swivel upward and fold it all the way down to be out of the way in case your cabinet doors are a little bit taller than the top of the cabinet. That's it, folks. 4 total lighting options for soft tip dartboards. See you next time. Hollywood Action 20-gram soft tip darts made for Chris Dobie by Target. Can we take a second to appreciate how sleek and sexy these barrels look? It's getting hot in here. We're playing 301 split bowl double out on the Grand Board 3S. Let's see how we fare. Nice start. By the way, I've swapped out the stems and flights for the new Target K-Flex number 2 flight. Now let's fail this attempt. Yeah, should have been positive. Should have been positive to start. Whew, good leave though. I'm really loving this texture and milling, by the way. It's just nice, consistent all throughout mid-rear where I hold. Okay, check out 24 and we will summarize. Ooh. That was a great leg, actually. Maybe I should have played 501. Ed Chambers' Ocelot 2 darts range by 180. I'll be doing an in-depth review of his soft tip and steel tip variations. We rate the front half of the Ocelot 2s a 3 out of 5 for grip intensity, and the rear half a 4 out of 5 due to the sharp cut. Well, how about that? We could have never predicted it, but we actually found our way to a 99 checkout. Throwing 22-gram Ed Chambers Ocelot 2 barrels by 180. His favorite checkout is 76, but he specifically requested treble 12 for tops, and if you hit a single 12, double 16, double 16. Mic drop, cool walk away. was so beautiful too, right in the center of that double. Can you tell me why I keep throwing to the right? Excellent question. For the sake of this video, let's assume this person is right-handed. So when he's aiming for the treble 20, he's missing into the 1, over to the right. The most common reason why this happens to people is because in their setup, their elbow's kicking out. So in their take back, the flight's kind of towards the left side of my face, and then look, the tip is literally pointed to the right. So the dart's gonna go where the tip is pointing. So real simple, tell yourself to tuck the elbow in, and then in the take back, the dart falls straight back, bang. It's gonna go forward. It could be a lot of different things. It could be your foundation, the way where you stand on the Aki. Maybe your elbow's tucked in, but your wrist is turning. So we always recommend to film yourself in slow motion. A camera straight on, and then if you're right-handed, a camera over to your left. Look for deviations on the second or third dart, or look for a bad habit that's always present. Because you might think that everything's aligned and straight, but the camera's gonna tell you otherwise. I mean, trust me, I thought I was straight for 16 years, and boy was I wrong. The Mark McFadden V2 darts range by our in-house brand Colonial are available now. I'll be doing an in-depth review of the soft tip and steel tip versions, of course. Overall, we give the V2 range a 5 out of 5 for grip intensity. 18-gram Mark McFadden Colonial barrel. Throwing a single leg of 501. Split bowl, double out. Do not miss inside, Jen. For you, Mark, shooting the 22-gram Mark McFadden Colonial barrel, and Mark's favorite steel tip checkout is 126, of course. He's got to pick a big hitter, so we're gonna go 19s all the way. First attempt here. Ooh. Oh my God. Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today. Nathan Aspinall Echo soft tip darts. By the way, I've swapped out the stems and flights for the new K-Flex number 2 standard flight. Originally only number 6 was available. Now we have number 2 in all colors and lengths. All right, 146 remaining. Ho, ho, ho. Damn, that felt good. Echo has really expanded since it first came out as an exclusively soft tip range. Now we have a player edition that has remnants of Nathan's prior signature darts, notably the overall shape of the barrel and the milling, with the CNC milling in the front, nano grooves in the middle, finishing off with radial grooves in the rear, which to me feel the most aggressive. So if you have a widespread grip or a 5-finger hold like Nathan himself, I would recommend taking a look at this barrel. It's certainly a more affordable option than your typical PDC Superstar signature dart. Take a look. Dartboard lighting systems that work with soft tip boards, starting with what I'm calling your best value option, the 180 Illumina lighting system. Quick clarification, you cannot purchase the cheaper light version, L-I-T-E, but the more durable and robust normal Illumina lighting system is going to work since it mounts to the wall. If you want to upgrade to the ultimate setup, we'd recommend the Target Corona Vision lighting system, plus conversion kit that is compatible with most grand boards. This is basically a zero installation option. No power tools are needed. You're not mounting the light to the dartboard or the wall. You just assemble the legs to the light when you buy it, and then when you buy the conversion kit, it's magnetic. Just snaps right onto the leg, and the 4 prongs push into the dartboard. Here are 2 budget-friendly options. Number 1 is the Target Arc light, not the cabinet light, but just the light by itself, which clips to the dartboard directly. So I have the Target Arc light under the Illumina, giving it more stability by accident, but if it was on its own, it'd be a little wobbly on the board. You can see the lights illuminating like half of the board, and it's certainly in danger of falling if you bump into the board or retrieve your darts too hard. The GLD Shadow Buster. This is our most budget-friendly option. It was designed to screw onto the top of a cabinet, and then it can swivel downward to illuminate the board, and also swivel upward and fold it all the way down to be out of the way in case your cabinet doors are a little bit taller than the top of the cabinet. That's it, folks. 4 total lighting options for soft tip dartboards. See you next time. Hollywood action, 20-gram soft tip darts made for Chris Dobie by Target. Can we take a second to appreciate how sleek and sexy these barrels look? It's getting hot in here. We're playing 301 split bowl double out on the Grand Board 3S. Let's see how we fare. Nice starts. By the way, I've swapped out the stems and flights for the new Target K-Flex number 2 flight. Now let's fail this attempt. Yeah, should have been positive. Should have been positive to start. Whew, good leave though. I'm really loving this texture and milling, by the way. It's just nice, consistent all throughout mid-rear where I hold. Okay, check out 24 and we will summarize. Ooh. That was a great leg, actually. Maybe I should have played 501. The Ed Chambers Ocelot 2 darts range by 180. I'll be doing an in-depth review of his soft tip and steel tip variations. We rate the front half of the Ocelot 2s a 3 out of 5 for grip intensity, and the rear half a 4 out of 5 due to the sharp cut. Well, how about that? We could have never predicted it, but we actually found our way to a 99 checkout. Throwing 22-gram Ed Chambers Ocelot 2 barrels by 180. His favorite checkout is 76, but he specifically requested treble 12 for tops, and if you hit a single 12, double 16, double 16. Mic drop, cool walk away. Ooh, it was so beautiful too, right in the center of that double. Can you tell me why I keep throwing to the right? Excellent question. For the sake of this video, let's assume this person is right-handed. So when he's aiming for the treble 20, he's missing into the 1, over to the right. The most common reason why this happens to people is because in their setup, their elbow's kicking out. So in their take back, the flight's kind of towards the left side of my face, and then look, the tip is literally pointed to the right. So the dart's gonna go where the tip is pointing. So real simple, tell yourself to tuck the elbow in, and then in the take back, the dart falls straight back, bang. It's gonna go forward. It could be a lot of different things. It could be your foundation, the way where you stand on the Aki. Maybe your elbow's tucked in, but your wrist is turning. So we always recommend to film yourself in slow motion. A camera straight on, and then if you're right-handed, a camera over to your left. Look for deviations on the second or third dart, or look for a bad habit that's always present. Because you might think that everything's aligned and straight, but the camera's gonna tell you otherwise. I mean, trust me, I thought I was straight for 16 years, and boy was I wrong. The Mark McFadden V2 darts range by our in-house brand Colonial are available now. I'll be doing an in-depth review of the soft tip and steel tip versions, of course. Overall, we give the V2 range a 5 out of 5 for grip intensity. 18-gram Mark McFadden Colonial barrel. Running a single leg of 501. Split bowl, double out. Do not miss inside, Jen. For you, Mark, shooting the 22-gram Mark McFadden Colonial barrel, and Mark's favorite steel tip checkout is 126, of course. He's got to pick a big hitter, so we're gonna go 19s all the way. First attempt here. Ooh. Oh my God. Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today. Nathan Aspinall Echo soft tip darts. By the way, I've swapped out the stems and flights for the new K-Flex number 2 standard flight. Originally only number 6 was available. Now we have number 2 in all colors and lengths. All right, 146 remaining. Ho ho ho. Damn, that felt good. Echo has really expanded since it first came out as an exclusively soft tip range. Now we have a player edition that has remnants of Nathan's prior signature darts, notably the overall shape of the barrel and the milling, with the CNC milling in the front, nano grooves in the middle, finishing off with radial grooves in the rear, which to me feel the most aggressive. So if you have a widespread grip or a 5-finger hold like Nathan himself, I would recommend taking a look at this barrel. It's certainly a more affordable option than your typical PDC Superstar signature dart. Take a look. Dartboard lighting systems that work with soft tip boards, starting with what I'm calling your best value option, the 180 Illumina lighting system. Quick clarification, you cannot purchase the cheaper light version, LITE, but the more durable and robust normal Illumina lighting system is going to work since it mounts to the wall. If you want to upgrade to the ultimate setup, we'd recommend the Target Corona Vision lighting system, plus conversion kit that is compatible with most grand boards. This is basically a zero installation option. No power tools are needed. You're not mounting the light to the dartboard or the wall. You just assemble the legs to the light when you buy it, and then when you buy the conversion kit, it's magnetic. Just snaps right onto the leg, and the 4 prongs push into the dartboard. Here are 2 budget-friendly options. Number 1 is the Target arc light, not the cabinet light, but just the light by itself, which clips to the dartboard directly. So I have the Target arc light under the Illumina, giving it more stability by accident, but if it was on its own, it'd be a little wobbly on the board. You can see the lights illuminating like half of the board, and it's certainly in danger of falling if you bump into the board or retrieve your darts too hard. The GLD Shadow Buster. This is our most budget-friendly option. It was designed to screw onto the top of a cabinet, and then it can swivel downward to illuminate the board, and also swivel upward and fold it all the way down to be out of the way in case your cabinet doors are a little bit taller than the top of the cabinet. That's it, folks. 4 total lighting options for soft tip dartboards. See you next time. Hollywood Action 20-gram soft tip darts made for Chris Dobie by Target. Can we take a second to appreciate how sleek and sexy these barrels look? It's getting hot in here. We're playing 301 split bowl double out on the Grand Board 3S. Let's see how we fare. Nice starts. By the way, I've swapped out the stems and flights for the new Target K-Flex number 2 flight. Now let's fail this attempt. Yeah, should have been positive. Should have been positive to start. Whew, good leave though. I'm really loving this texture and milling, by the way. It's just nice, consistent all throughout mid-rear where I hold. Okay, check out 24 and we will summarize. Ooh. That was a great leg, actually. Maybe I should have played 501. Ed Chambers' Ocelot 2 darts range by 180. I'll be doing an in-depth review of his soft tip and steel tip variations. We rate the front half of the Ocelot 2s a 3 out of 5 for grip intensity, and the rear half a 4 out of 5 due to the sharp cut. Well, how about that? We could have never predicted it, but we actually found our way to a 99 checkout. Throwing 22-gram Ed Chambers Ocelot 2 barrels by 180. His favorite checkout is 76, but he specifically requested treble 12 for tops, and if you hit a single 12, double 16, double 16. Mic drop, cool walk away. Ooh, it was so beautiful too, right in the center of that double. Can you tell me why I keep throwing to the right? Excellent question. For the sake of this video, let's assume this person is right-handed. So when he's aiming for the treble 20, he's missing into the 1, over to the right. The most common reason why this happens to people is because in their setup, their elbow's kicking out. So in their take back, the flight's kind of towards the left side of my face, and then look, the tip is literally pointed to the right. So the dart's gonna go where the tip is pointing. So real simple, tell yourself to tuck the elbow in, and then in the take back, the dart falls straight back, bang. It's gonna go forward. It could be a lot of different things. It could be your foundation, the way where you stand on the Aki. Maybe your elbow's tucked in, but your wrist is turning. So we always recommend to film yourself in slow motion. A camera straight on, and then if you're right-handed, a camera over to your left. Look for deviations on the second or third dart, or look for a bad habit that's always present. Because you might think that everything's aligned and straight, but the camera's gonna tell you otherwise. I mean, trust me, I thought I was straight for 16 years, and boy, was I wrong. The Mark McFadden V2 darts range by our in-house brand Colonial are available now. I'll be doing an in-depth review of the soft tip and steel tip versions, of course. Overall, we give the V2 range a 5 out of 5 for grip intensity. 18-gram Mark McFadden Colonial barrel. Throwing a single leg of 501. Split bowl, double out. Do not miss inside, Jen. For you, Mark, shooting the 22-gram Mark McFadden Colonial barrel, and Mark's favorite steel tip checkout is 126, of course. He's got to pick a big hitter, so we're gonna go 19s all the way. First attempt here. Ooh. Oh my God. Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today.
All right, welcome back. We are now getting into the later stages of the PPD qualifier, round 1, day 1. These players are trying to get into the elite finale for the weekend. The players that are left in the brackets have all guaranteed their spots into the elite finale. Congratulations. We now have on the stream Rich Sturbines and Daryl Cortez, a rematch, I believe, from earlier, and we're going to sit there and go ahead and see this one play out. They've already corked. Rich has the start. We're on game 1. And Richard Sturbines has a great lead to jump out with.
So we are no longer in the last chance format. The first match is loser format, race to 2. It'll be cricket, and the tiebreaker will be 501. Second match will be if needed, obviously, will be game 1 cricket. 1 game cricket, not game 1. You know what I mean.
Yep.
And they are playing for the opportunity to play Mr. Danny Baggish in the finals. It looks like
Oh man, that's going
Rich
to be a battle.
Yeah, Rich is putting his bid in so far. Running away with this one.
This goes out to Daryl, Cortez, or Rich Sturbins. The bar that Danny's playing out of is 25 minutes from my house. For $100, I'll go turn off the power right now and come back. All right,
that's
the deal.
Cheap. I'd charge double that at least.
You know, I kind of want to see this
they'll
match.
Get 250.
I'm gonna have to be a little biased. I want to see his match. So I look forward to seeing this come back and seeing how far they go into the because the format will be the shorter format until until they get onto the same level. Is that correct? Or no, it's going to be long format first.
Yeah, and Danny's been sitting for a while. A good while. He played Rich. I mean, this was hours ago at this point. So.
Rich throws up a 4.76, getting the first leg. Surprising stat there from Daryl. I'm sure he
don't exit.
Yeah. Almost.
Yeah.
Rebecca Serpents in the chat says she's taking the deal. So I'll be back, guys. I have to go turn off some power.
All right. Have fun.
All right. Well, it's been fun.
Yeah. You know what would be awesome? Awful. Not awesome. Sorry. Awful is if they lost power. Oh, my goodness.
Now I feel kind of bad because there is a rainstorm happening outside right
yes,
now.
That's all. Oh, my gosh.
I'd feel a little bad if there was another player besides Danny there. Danny, yeah, you can have no power. You're fine. Ex-commentator,
right.
you know?
Yeah.
Ex-commentator. That's right. Oh man, looking at this match, we got Daryl in the point lead by a hair. He's gonna sit there and lose that probably on the first start. Richard Sturbin's going up. He hit a 6 mark on the 19s, and looks like he's gonna take advantage of this leg.
Yeah, and looks like Rich is on top. Daryl has 2 losses. So if Rich gets this one, I believe, right? I'm reading that right. Then Rich will go back to the finals. So. Daryl's going to have to put something together, which the 5 mark is a start. I'd love to have seen a 7 there, and I'm sure he would have too, but it's better than not a 5 mark. So Rich is going to step back up with a chance to put a stranglehold on this leg as well.
Yeah, and he's going to probably start on the 19s, right, and get that big power points. Probably stay there even though he hit it with the first. And, he shuts down the trip 17, surprising, and then goes straight up to the 18s. He's trying to move this game along.
Aggressive.
Yeah, and it might be because he is in that position, right? He's 1 game up. He knows that if he loses a leg or even the match, he's still got another opportunity to sit there and fight again. It's not something I'd want to do is take a loss here, especially knowing that you're going to be going against Danny Baggish. You're going to want all the legs and losses you can take walking up.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate miss from Daryl. That's gonna hurt. Probably gonna cost him the leg. Only a 5 mark though. Wasn't quite as bad as it could have been, but he's on life support at this point for this leg at least.
Yeah, it's funny that you say only a 5 mark. I mean, these guys are at that level that that only a 5 mark that Daryl's able to come up, hit a 7, and take advantage of the point lead and have a number still.
Yeah, at this level, at this point in the tournament, a 5 mark is usually losing ground. It's just where we are. It's incredible.
I really like that play right there. He sits there and swings around, knows what he's getting. He gets the 2 points off the trip 15. He goes as the 16, and then he has the extra point on the 19, making Daryl hit all the bulls he can hit. Hits a hat trick.
Yeah, so now Rich is going to come up with the opportunity to hit a hat trick of his own, knowing that he's up by 3 zones. So there is no game shot on if he doesn't take it out. Now he's going to go for it. You think he goes for it here?
I think so. I think he stays there. Yeah, 100%. Because again, but I think he had the attitude of, I do have the 3 beds. I've got the free look here, and I think he got a little too far ahead of himself.
Blocker dart to start that round. That's unfortunate. Yeah.
Oh, a little frustrated third dart too that bounces right off the blocker.
it's a heck of a run for Daryl, though. He played really well today. I'm sure he's going to be satisfied. Wanting more, obviously, but job done at the end of the day.
Yeah, you can
right?
see it on his face, right? That he's, of course, he's probably unhappy that he didn't get that, but he's definitely done exactly what he was intending to do when he walked into this top 4. He's made a spot into that elite finale. That 15,000, that opportunity at 15,000 each in that blind draw elite finale.
And now we have the finals set, which is Rich and Danny. And I don't think that we have either location available for that one. So we do have Heidi Nelson, and pulling up the bracket to see who she's playing. Kelly Side.
So
this will
been
be
watching a couple times.
Last chance format. So yeah, Kelly and Heidi we've both seen. Kelly we've seen several times, and she is on her 3rd match of the last chance bracket. Heidi just moving down into the one lose or the one game. Kelly is one. This is her 3rd in a row.
So right, and Heidi is the one that actually put Kelly down as well. Remember, as we were watching earlier, Kelly hit that 180 and then that hat trick, and Heidi was able to steal that leg from beneath her. And so this is a bit of a rematch. It is only going to be one game, right?
Yep. Very true. So a very recent rematch. Heidi moved on to the next round, and then Lori Murphy got the best of her. So sent her back down to Kelly. I'm sure Kelly's chomping at the bit to get a little revenge here.
Yeah, that's one that probably felt like it got away from her. So if she can get the start, you're probably going to sit there and step on the gas and not let go this time.
Yeah.
So we do have every guaranteed winner here on the men's side. So all top 4s have been locked in now on the men's side of the bracket. So those guaranteed to be in that elite finale in Kansas City, Missouri for the tournament champions will be Mike Maloney, Jules Van Doggen, Danny Baggish, Rich Durbins, Ram Gavara, Steve Hilger, Alexandre Parkin, Tyler Weehee, Daryl Cortez, Justin Dennison, and Jimmy Boone on the men's side. Ladies aside, still has another round or two before we know everybody that is in.
Congratulations to all of those players. I would take most any of those as a blind draw partner for the finale, and like our chances to make a run.
Agreed. I'd be honored to play with those guys. Well, I mean, if you look at it, those are the type of players that could grab anybody that makes this bracket and have a deep run. That's for sure. These are the guys that everybody's hoping they pick up. There wasn't one name on that list that I wouldn't be happy to play with. That's for sure. Right. I mean, they set the standard.
And most years, 2 of those guys are going to end up drawing each other, and that's going to be rough for the other 126 people in that event, or however many it is.
Yeah, I remember playing against Porky and what's his name, Knapp, and holy cow, I didn't realize what I was walking into because they didn't miss anything, and it was a fun match to be in. And so when you get talent like that and players like that get partnered up, you're got to swing for the fences because it could be over in a heartbeat.
Yeah. Last year we drew Jeremiah Millar, and I can't remember who his partner was. I'm sorry, but I threw a 5-3 for the match, and I was in 3rd place.
Yeah, there was definitely a few of those, right?
That was at 9 a.m. or whatever it was when things started. The match took 4 minutes, I believe. It was over so fast. Goodness, we're not.
We ended up we had an unfortunate. We started a leg a little bit, and then before they were supposed to start, and so they restarted our leg, and there was some confusion. But man, I tell you, it would have been nice to continue out that first leg because I felt like we had the advantage, and it gave them enough time to warm up. And wow, these guys, every person I saw play, every match we played, there's just no low end there. I mean, it's just a battle. And it's an honor to even be a part of that, right?
Yeah, and it's getting more and more that way every year.
Yeah, there's no slack. Back in the day, you could sit there and go, yep, I've got one hot player. I might be able to take a round or two off here, not on purpose, but it can miss. But not anymore. Not anymore.
Yeah. Or at least, if I'm that hot player, then I win, right? At most, against that type of competitor.
Mhm.
Go ahead, Nick.
No, I was just going to say, so I do have an update here on the ladies as we are now getting into the diddle here. Meredith McGee, Abby Spott, Carolyn Googie, Madison Van Beek, Casey Bates, Jillian Phillips, Lori Murphy, and the winner of this match. So this one game play out here has a lot of connotation on it. Heidi Nelson and Kelly say both ladies you expect to be in the elite finale. Now, for them to guarantee it, they have to win this one leg of darts.
Kelly
That's a
will
lot
get
of
the start.
pressure.
Yeah.
Yeah, most
And they know
likely
it,
they're
too.
both going to be in, right? And but like Nick mentioned, it guarantees it with the top four, and so you've got to be happy, making it as far in these brackets with this competition. Kelly gets up and gets the start, right? And so she's going to start this leg against Heidi.
Interested to see how she starts. Last time she popped a ton of 80 to start the game. I'm locked in to see what her strategy is this time.
I 100%
it's cricket.
think she fired. Oh, it's cricket.
Forgot.
So,
Yeah.
she's probably going to fire that 180.
Hopefully
or
it's
at
a
least give it
1080, right?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of those
Wow.
names on that
Third
list
way
too,
there.
not surprising on a lot, right? Jillian Phillips out of Utah. Some of the players that have been known. Are we going to get it?
I thought I called it.
Starts off with the 7 on the 20s. That's a big start there. Big start.
I'm sorry, Tim. I heard nothing you said after she hit that first trip 20.
To all of chat, Brandon had his arms up way in the air there.
I almost fell over.
It.
I almost fell out of my chair. Yeah, that would have been.
That would have been uncomfortable because it looks like you would have fell right into a boom box or big spurt desk.
All of it? Yeah, probably.
Heidi only gets 2 mark of follow. It's not going to be big enough, I think. Kelly, with the confidence goes
Nice
up, miss,
start.
but hits that trip 19 to close.
Oh yeah, this is a 5th place match, and so important that. Yeah, there we go. That's what I was going to say. For her this is her moment. She has to hit something here, and she does. So big 6 mark to claw her way back into the game a little bit. Kelly has the opportunity to put it away right here. No, I guess not put it away, but take control of it.
Right, and if you're a fan of Heidi, you'd love to see that because you love to see that battle, and you know that she can come in and fire at any point. And so, if you're Kelly, you want to sit there and try and strike this momentum down as quickly as you can.
Yeah, and Heidi's been a top tier player for many years. Kelly has to know that she has the ability to jump back in. So she probably needs to put her foot on the gas here and try to put her away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and as we mentioned, this is a 5th place match. Loser does take $50, and the next step up is $100. So they're playing. This was what is it? 5th through 8th all got $50. So these ladies are going to want to sit there and get the next step to guarantee that spot.
Yeah, and Kelly has clawed her way back since the last time that they played. So, playing for $50 right here, basically.
Mm-hmm. $50 on that guarantee. Surprisingly, she closed the 19, shooting at the 17s most likely there. Just missing in the 2s. Kelly, I expect her to sit there and keep running, and that's what she does. Shoots at 17 at single. She closes this one. It's going to be up 2 beds, 2 big numbers. It's going to leave Heidi down on the corners, and she's going to have to put a wall up and start a fight here.
She needs 7 just to get the lead. It's not a spot you want to be in at this point in a one game race.
Ooh, definitely not, and Kelly's kind of on this run. She's gone first. She's, we really need to see a 7. You could throw that other player off for a round and give yourself an opportunity, but she's got to put them darts in the hole.
Oof. 1 low, 1 high, field goal. Oh, she went the
switches numbers. I like that move. Unfortunately, she missed it, just low, but this gives the opportunity for Heidi to hit that 7 mark and get the point lead.
Gotta have a big round here.
Uh, you got to think
Here we
these
go.
ladies. They've been playing for 4 hours now. At what point do you think fatigue starts becoming a factor?
About an hour ago, just because of the adrenaline spikes and dips, the breaks in between, right? Because they with their progression through the bracket, they've had to wait on matches to catch up, and that up and down, warming up and taking a break, and maybe even some food in between. It's already set in by this point.
Right?
At least it would have for me.
Yeah, definitely. I think at that point, by this time, there's a lull, right? And you got to be able to figure out how to get through that. And it looks like Heidi's finding her pace in the 16. She does it that 7 gets point lead, puts pressure on Kelly last round, only hitting a triple 20, and takes the lead this round, hitting 5 more of those 16s. Great shot by Heidi, keeping herself in this game.
Kelly needed at least 3 marks to take the point lead. So we went from Heidi being on life support a minute ago. She has fought her way back into a competitive point of this game where she has a realistic look to kind of swing that momentum.
She does, right? And this is going to be the same factor that she put Kelly in on that last leg, right? She was sitting there where Kelly had it, dominated. And Heidi just came swinging in, kept batting away. And she's doing that now on the 16s. So if Kelly wants to sit there and shut the door, she's going to have to smash some 20s here and really put a lot of pressure on.
Yeah, now she's at a point where she needed 4 20s to take the lead instead of 3. And
I like
kind of a Hail Mary at the 16. Yeah.
Yeah, she missed one high, one low. She doesn't look like the best look at it. I think I would have chose to stay up there personally, knowing the difference between the 20 and the 16. Wow. There she comes. This is experience and firepower that's coming into play, I think, right?
Yeah.
Coming
now we're
in
2
under
triples.
pressure.
And now she needs 2 triples to get the lead.
And she's down to 1 number as the 20s were taken out last round.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, now she's in a bad spot, down 50 points, which, is a factor, right? You don't want to go down another bowl. We're getting to the point in the game where you have to take that into consideration. You expect Heidi to close this out. Now you're going to be going in the 15, needing, basically 9. You got to have 9. Yeah, technically an 8, but, you basically need a 9 mark.
Round. You have to put that pressure on, and if you don't get at least 5, you got to think you're out of the game.
Yeah.
Oh, closes down for 3. She's going to hope for a break. You got to think in Kelly's mind right now. She's not in the best of spaces, considering this is somewhat how she lost that final leg, that decider against Heidi earlier. And that's not something. Mental game is one of the big things we always talk about, right? And that's. Momentum here is now swinging Heidi's way.
You hear that? That's the door opening right back up where it was 90% closed. She just threw an open round that opened the door back up. Now she can throw a triple into the 15, get the point lead. She could have. Now she needs to put a solid dart into the 15. Gets the point lead back though. So now she's up 25.
Shot.
So now
shot under pressure.
Needs 2 marks to get the point lead back. After throwing an open round, it's just transfer of pressure back and forth.
This isn't the first time we've seen this today. Too,
I know I was going to say these 2 playing have just been so interesting.
It is. Because you just don't know what to expect. You think one has control, a mishap happens, the other one gets control, and it's just firing back and forth. And it happens a lot on these lower 2 numbers.
Yeah, it's just the refusal to give up. They're just not ready to give up yet. It's so fun to watch. Grabs a point lead.
Even though they're hitting singles, right? They're like on the wire. Though each one of those singles is crucial at this point.
Yeah, like in this spot, if Heidi had hit 3 fat singles, she would have taken the lead going into the bowl. As it stands, Kelly's going to need 2 15s before taking a look.
Yeah, I think she stays there and puts the pressure on. Based on the way she played, she's looking over. Let's see if she smashes that 16. Stayed on the 15.
Oh, there she goes. She moved that time, I think.
Yeah.
One hole did.
Just outside. One hole's and that would have been a crusher right there. Would have left not a game shot for Heidi, but if she did
smart. in my opinion, that was a smart way. She managed. She had good board management there because she put herself up 34 points, which means that Heidi needed a triple instead of two singles.
I love that too. You're right. Plus the fact that she didn't move until her last dart, knowing she needed 3, right? If you went on the second dart and hit 2 singles, you're in the same boat that you were, by having that extra 15 and only hitting a single going at the triple third dart.
Ouch. Well, huge advantage now. Heidi's going to need to put in some really heavy work on this bullseye. It's going to have to involve at least one double, probably. I'd close the 15 now, get that out of there.
Yeah, I think she missed that 15 going at the bull into the 15, and then took the last one to close it. This game isn't out of reach yet, right? And so it will take 2 rounds to get ahead, but at least 6 starts. But pressure on.
And we have
this is a final leg.
Yeah, we saw it from Heidi earlier where she was in control, threw at a 0 mark. Kelly jumped right back into it. So now, if something similar happens the other way around, and I mean, that might be it. A 1 mark might be enough for Heidi to jump on here.
Yeah, at minimum, she has to hit 2 here, right? And she does, because this is going to leave her a total of 5 bulls to win the next leg, because it's just going to hope Kelly only gets 1. Most likely,
right?
She's going to take this out here.
First dart bull is huge.
And that placement was very nice for her. She likes to slap right off that side.
And gets it.
So
Kelly is guaranteed a spot. And Heidi will finish in 5th place.
Well, congratulations on taking 5th there, Heidi. Well played. Great matches for us to even watch and commentate on. And, that battle between you and Kelly, I see that happening more and more going on in the future for sure.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Kelly. We're moving her. She guarantees her spot into the elite finale for the ladies in the top 4. And who's she coming up against now?
She didn't have an opponent as of a minute ago. She has Lori Murphy.
Yes.
All right.
So what's going to happen next, guys, is we're going to stay with Kelly here. We're going to, right now, the only players we're still watching just because of our streaming cameras is Kelly Sipe and Ram Gavara. Ram Gavara's final is not ready yet, so we'll stay with Kelly here once she is ready to play against Lori, and then we'll stay on with Kelly until the Ram final is ready. If Kelly makes the run back to the final, well, then we'll come back over for that as well. So while they get ready here, while the next match gets set up, we'll go ahead and cut to another brief commercial break here. Take a moment to hear from our friends over at A to Z Darts, and we'll be back as soon as the action is ready with Kelly's next match. What do you guys say?
Awesome. Sounds good to me.
Yep, definitely. Looking forward to these finales.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today. Nathan Aspinall Echo soft tip darts. By the way, I've swapped out the stems and flights for the new K-Flex number 2 standard flight. Originally only number 6 was available. Now we have number 2 in all colors and lengths. All right, 146 remaining. Ho, ho, ho. Damn, that felt good. Echo has really expanded since it first came out as an exclusively soft tip range. Now we have a player edition that has remnants of Nathan's prior signature darts, notably the overall shape of the barrel and the milling, with the CNC milling in the front, nano grooves in the middle, finishing off with radial grooves in the rear, which to me feel the most aggressive. So if you have a widespread grip or a 5-finger hold like Nathan himself, I would recommend taking a look at this barrel. It's certainly a more affordable option than your typical PDC Superstar signature dart. Take a look. Dartboard lighting systems that work with soft tip boards, starting with what I'm calling your best value option, the 180 Illumina lighting system. Quick clarification, you cannot purchase the cheaper light version, LITE, but the more durable and robust normal Illumina lighting system is going to work since it mounts to the wall. If you want to upgrade to the ultimate setup, we'd recommend the Target Corona Vision lighting system, plus conversion kit that is compatible with most grand boards. This is basically a zero installation option. No power tools are needed. You're not mounting the light to the dartboard or the wall. You just assemble the legs to the light when you buy it, and then when you buy the conversion kit, it's magnetic. Just snaps right onto the leg, and the 4 prongs push into the dartboard. Here are 2 budget-friendly options. Number 1 is the Target Arc light, not the cabinet light, but just the light by itself, which clips to the dartboard directly. So I have the Target Arc light under the Illumina, giving it more stability by accident, but if it was on its own, it'd be a little wobbly on the board. You can see the lights illuminating like half of the board, and it's certainly in danger of falling if you bump into the board or retrieve your darts too hard. The GLD Shadow Buster. This is our most budget-friendly option. It was designed to screw onto the top of a cabinet, and then it can swivel downward to illuminate the board, and also swivel upward and fold it all the way down to be out of the way in case your cabinet doors are a little bit taller than the top of the cabinet. That's it, folks. 4 total lighting options for soft tip dartboards. See you next time. Hollywood Action 20-gram soft tip darts made for Chris Dobie by Target. Can we take a second to appreciate how sleek and sexy these barrels look? It's getting hot in here. We're playing 301 split bowl double out on the Grand Board 3S. Let's see how we fare. Nice starts. By the way, I've swapped out the stems and flights for the new Target K-Flex number 2 flight. Now let's fail this attempt. Yeah, should have been positive. Should have been positive to start. Whew, good leave though. I'm really loving this texture and milling, by the way. It's just nice, consistent all throughout mid-rear where I hold. Okay, check out 24 and we will summarize. Ooh. That was a great leg, actually. Maybe I should have played 501.
All right, welcome back. We're going to be coming up and more matches for you now at the Kelly side. We're going to have her playing against Lori Murphy. This is a fourth place match. These two are both guaranteed their elite finale spot for the women's divisions, and then so they're expecting to see them have a little fun on this one. This guarantees their finale invitation to October at the TOC finale. I'm Tim Goodwin, here hosting out of Arizona, and I'm joined by one of my friends, Brandon Neal.
Yeah, and excited for this match. I believe this is our first time seeing Lori. Lori's out of Des Moines. At least she was the last I knew. Another really fun person to see at tournaments. Always just a ball of energy. Very fun, very funny. Just good to be around. She's one of those another one that'll improve your day. See her a lot at bull shooter events, TOC, triple bull. So yeah, she's fun to be around and just been killing it on the dartboard apparently. So proud of her. Hopefully she'll give us a show here against Kelly.
Yeah, Kelly gets a signature start, right? And she gets into them 20s, gets the point lead right off the bat. And here we go. Lori ready to sit there and start fighting back on them 19s and gets a 3 mark and 30 points, 38 points on the board.
Kelly has the chance here to throw 2 fat singles into the 19 after hitting the trip 20. And hopefully she'll throw it to, yep, there we go. All right, so Lori actually has a chance to claw her way back in here. There's an X on the 19, so she needs to get as much out of this as possible.
Yeah, definitely. If we're looking at, right now, these 4 ladies, there's 4 ladies left. Of course, this is the 4th place match. The next match is going to be Abby's spot that's waiting on the winner of this. And then you've got Meredith McGee at the top. So these two definitely have a gauntlet to run through. So if they want to sit there and try and get that first place spot, they're going to have to battle pretty hard.
It's probably not the best news to hear after winning this match that you have Abby, and if you somehow beat her, now you have Murph in the finals.
Right?
Yay.
And we don't say that because they can't compete, because they definitely can. But these two have,
it's just not the best news after winning a game like this.
Right. Those two, when you look at TOC, those two are always topping the list, whether it's on the DRTs or the leagues, and definitely in the finales, right? And so they have been on the top stage all the time, constantly. And so you've got to think coming in, no matter how much experience you have or inexperience you have, there's going to be pressure as soon as you walk into this match. So Kelly and Lori sitting there throwing some good darts right now, throwing some haymakers from Lori. She hits a trip 18 and a single 18, just missing another one.
Yeah, it looked like that she wired that last one into the 1, and that's going to hurt because it's going to open Kelly up. I would have loved to have seen the 18 there, but okay, yeah, job done. Now I go back to the 15.
I like that move. Right. That's something I would do too. I tend to do it when I look at it because if I've got a single left on a closed number, I know I need to close that. I tend to sit there and look at a triple or a single on another number to take that pressure off so I don't waste a dart missing that 18. And so I kind of like that move.
I have concentration issues. I have squirrel. I'm that type of person. So if I try to throw at another number and I know that X is sitting there waiting on me to hit it, that's all I think about. So I just get it out of the way and just completely do a factory reset before I throw my second and third dart. Sometimes takes a minute or two, but we get it done eventually.
Right. I do. I like that mentality as well. I wish I could, but my problem is focusing. When I focus too much on one number, it becomes very tough for me to sit there and keep my arm as well. And so, especially, again, like we mentioned earlier, singles can be harder than other numbers, especially when you need it. So.
Yeah, it is funny how much a segment shrinks when all you need is a single. It seems almost impossible to hit sometimes.
Yeah, especially if it's under 10, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. When there's nothing but landmines around it, yeah.
Kelly takes full control of this leg right here. I don't think she's going to be denied unless Lori puts in some famous shot that, she's going to have to put in a lot of bowls here to get her claw her way back in.
Yeah, I would say we need at least 4 or 5 here to really threaten. She's got, 40-point lead in 3 zones. Yeah.
You think the weight had anything to do with this? As far as Lori Kelly being hot coming right through this and Lori having to wait.
Yeah, it's very possible. I mean, when, we talked about it earlier, when you have been running pretty consistently and then you have to wait 30, 45 minutes, everything tightens up, I don't know, but at my age, it doesn't take very long, 10, 15 minutes. And I got to start over with my warm-up routine. Almost.
I know we're in the same boat. Now that's funny because I'm curious because now we're looking at Mike Maloney, Danny Baggish, and Ram all sitting in the king seats, right? What do you think they're doing to stay hot or stay warm, stay mentally in the game?
I would be willing to wager a decent amount that Ram is still sitting at that table at the stadium talking.
Pretty sure that's like concrete until it's his turn, like until he hears
owns that. Yeah, he owns that spot. Say he is. See?
Very nice. Now, Mike Maloney and Danny Baggish, I mean, it would have been nice to see them in the same bracket, to be honest, so that we could get a repeat of some of their bullshooter stuff, But what do you think? How do you think they're doing? Baggish, they both have the experience now, right?
I think Maloney is probably doing something on social media, has his phone out somewhere. Maybe.
Yeah, definitely not listening to us, right?
Well, I don't know. You'd be surprised. I would say he's probably FaceTiming with his kids and family and stuff or something like that.
I think he probably has 7 screens up. Right now he's watching USA Darts and the Steel Tip events, and he's probably listening to us when on one ear, and he's got preparations for his next match in another ear with music. And
yeah. And Danny, I'm not sure. I haven't had the opportunity to interact with him too many times, so I don't know.
Funnily enough, they're both live right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're both live on their respective finals at the moment. I just thought that was a funny tidbit. I just noticed I saw it pop up on my Facebook feed just now.
Well, congratulations to Kelly taking the win there, and she's going to move on and play Abby's spot next. Again, Lori did her job today, right? Got top 4. Congratulations on that.
Yep. Yeah, and now we will get to see Kelly again, I believe.
And Abby's spot. Yeah. Again, there's definitely probably, in my opinion, there's a big gap, right? I haven't checked the averages, but you think Abby's probably a 3.940 and Kelly's
over a
4,
3,
right? Normally, and so, but yeah, there's going to be almost a point gap between these two players, and so we can double check those stats. But the way Kelly's been playing, I think this is going to be a battle. I think they're going to sit there and be able to bring out the best in each other.
Abby's spot is currently a 4.236. So, but it's going to be a minute, I think, as we get that 3rd place match ready. So we'll have a word from our sponsors, right?
Sounds good to me. Let's take a break.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today. Nathan Aspinall Echo soft tip darts. By the way, I've swapped out the stems and flights for the new K-Flex #2 standard flight. Originally only #6 was available. Now we have #2 in all colors and lengths. All right, 146 remaining. Ho, ho, ho. Damn, that felt good. Echo has really expanded since it first came out as an exclusively soft tip range. Now we have a player edition that has remnants of Nathan's prior signature darts, notably the overall shape of the barrel and the milling, with the CNC milling in the front, nano grooves in the middle, finishing off with radial grooves in the rear, which to me feel the most aggressive. So if you have a widespread grip or a 5-finger hold like Nathan himself, I would recommend taking a look at this barrel. It's certainly a more affordable option than your typical PDC Superstar signature dart. Take a look. Dartboard lighting systems that work with soft tip boards, starting with what I'm calling your best value option, the 180 Illumina lighting system. Quick clarification, you cannot purchase the cheaper light version, LITE, but the more durable and robust normal Illumina lighting system is going to work since it mounts to the wall. If you want to upgrade to the ultimate setup, we'd recommend the Target Corona Vision lighting system, plus conversion kit that is compatible with most Grand boards. This is basically a zero installation option. No power tools are needed. You're not mounting the light to the dartboard or the wall. You just assemble the legs to the light when you buy it, and then when you buy the conversion kit, it's magnetic. Just snaps right onto the leg, and the 4 prongs push into the dartboard. Here are 2 budget-friendly options. #1 is the Target Arc light, not the cabinet light, but just the light by itself, which clips to the dartboard directly. So I have the Target Arc light under the Illumina, giving it more stability by accident, but if it was on its own, it'd be a little wobbly on the board. You can see the lights illuminating like half of the board, and it's certainly in danger of falling if you bump into the board or retrieve your darts too hard. The GLD Shadow Buster. This is our most budget-friendly option. It was designed to screw onto the top of a cabinet, and then it can swivel downward to illuminate the board, and also swivel upward and fold it all the way down to be out of the way in case your cabinet doors are a little bit taller than the top of the cabinet. That's it, folks. 4 total lighting options for soft tip dartboards. See you next time. Hollywood Action 20-gram soft tip darts made for Chris Dobie by Target. Can we take a second to appreciate how sleek and sexy these barrels look? It's getting hot in here. We're playing 301 split bowl double out on the Grand Board 3S. Let's see how we fare. Nice starts. By the way, I've swapped out the stems and flights for the new Target K-Flex #2 flight. Now let's fail this attempt. Yeah, should have been positive. Should have been positive to start. Whew, good leave though. I'm really loving this texture and milling, by the way. It's just nice, consistent all throughout mid-rear where I hold. Okay, check out 24 and we will summarize. Ooh. That was a great leg, actually. Maybe I should have played 501. The Ed Chambers Ocelot 2 darts range by 180. I'll be doing an in-depth review of his soft tip and steel tip variations. We rate the front half of the Ocelot 2s a 3 out of 5 for grip intensity, and the rear half a 4 out of 5 due to the sharp cut. Well, how about that? We could have never predicted it, but we actually found our way to a 99 checkout. Throwing 22 gram Ed Chambers Ocelot 2 barrels by 180. His favorite checkout is 76, but he specifically requested treble 12 for tops, and if you hit a single 12, double 16, double 16. Mic drop, cool walk away. Ooh, it was so beautiful too, right in the center of that double. Can you tell me why I keep throwing to the right? Excellent question. For the sake of this video, let's assume this person is right-handed. So when he's aiming for the treble 20, he's missing into the 1, over to the right. The most common reason why this happens to people is because in their setup, their elbow's kicking out. So in their take back, the flight's kind of towards the left side of my face, and then look, the tip is literally pointed to the right. So the dart's gonna go where the tip is pointing. So real simple, tell yourself to tuck the elbow in, and then in the take back, the dart falls straight back, bang. It's gonna go forward. It could be a lot of different things. It could be your foundation, the way where you stand on the Aki. Maybe your elbow's tucked in, but your wrist is turning. So we always recommend to film yourself in slow motion. A camera straight on, and then if you're right-handed, a camera over to your left. Look for deviations on the second or third dart, or look for a bad habit that's always present. Because you might think that everything's aligned and straight, but the camera's gonna tell you otherwise. I mean, trust me, I thought I was straight for 16 years, and boy was I wrong. The Mark McFadden V2 darts range by our in-house brand Colonial are available now. I'll be doing an in-depth review of the soft tip and steel tip versions, of course. Overall, we give the V2 range a 5 out of 5 for grip intensity. 18 gram Mark McFadden Colonial barrel. Throwing a single leg of 501. Split bowl, double out. Do not miss inside, Jen. For you, Mark, shooting the 22 gram Mark McFadden Colonial barrel, and Mark's favorite steel tip checkout is 126, of course. He's got to pick a big hitter, so we're gonna go 19s all the way. First attempt here. Ooh. Oh my God. Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at azdarts today. Nathan Aspinall Echo soft tip darts. By the way, I've swapped out the stems and flights for the new K-Flex number 2 standard flight. Originally only number 6 was available. Now we have number 2 in all colors and lengths. All right, 146 remaining. Ho ho ho. Damn, that felt good. Echo has really...
All right, welcome back. We've got a final for you folks. So we've got Ram Gavara against Steve Porky Hilger. We've already had the cork, and it looks like Steve won that. We're in game 1 of this finale here. And Steve Porky started out strong, and it looks like Ram just took the lead with that 7 mark on the 17th.
Yeah, that was a big round. He grabs control of this leg. Not out of reach for Steve in this round. He can put a couple of triple 18s in and get a look at the 17 if he wants it. I have a feeling he'll probably bet that 18. Oh, he took a look. I like
He
it.
did. I'm surprised. I'm surprised he didn't stay there being the bigger number, and he already hit 2 triples.
Can be a little bit aggressive, which I like. And, just Ram being a legend on the 17. I think he wanted to get it out of there.
Yeah, definitely. And knowing how how much he beats those 2 numbers up, the 17s and 19s, you kind of want to take those away as soon as possible. And he's got the opportunity to do it here if he can sit there and get the 16s in order. I like that.
Big
He has
shot.
7 mark and 16s. He takes the point lead. Ram's got the bigger number. He's going to come in and do what Ram does on them 17s.
Probably hit 2 of them. Oh my goodness, oof. I like it.
He must be feeling pretty good. Getting aggressive right away. It's probably been a couple hours since he moved off that stool, so he's wanting to get back to it. And
yeah, it took a 6-point lead and then went to close the board out. So he must be feeling okay.
Well, it was a mind game that worked out.
Yeah, he didn't make him pay, so.
He does get the point
42.
lead, but not enough, right? And so takes that away in the first start of that trip 17.
I like it. Nice big fat 2 16s to close out. Now he has a it's not quite as much of a blowout as it might look like. If Steve puts in a bull here, he's probably going to go to close. Nope. He's going to try to hit 4.
He really needs to put in at least 4, get the point lead at minimum. Doesn't do that, leaving Ram the free look at the 3 bulls. And I don't see him looking away at all. Even though if he misses, he's going to leave game shot.
Yeah, but with as aggressive as he has been, he's going to go point and miss.
Oh, look at him! Look at him switch it up on us, right?
Yeah, he did take away game shot there, though. With that triple, it puts him up 60s.
Yeah, and Porky can put himself in a little better position this round than he could last. If he goes up and hits 4 bulls, he could sit there and literally take he could take game shot out of Ram's hand.
And he's going to take a look at it. All right, grabs the
Gets
point lead.
lead, but doesn't take the game shot away.
I don't know if he will look at it now.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he did. That's what a shot.
Yeah, smashes it. Trip 17 double.
Nervy.
Gets the first leg out of the way. Ram Gavara. This is the finale against Porky. Porky's going to get the start here, and we are playing cricket yet again.
So Steve going to want to put in a lot of 20s with, as we beat this to death at this point, but Rams pretty good on the 19. So job done. Steve did what he had to do right there. I mean, that's a high pressure first round, right? He took care of business.
Agreed. Yeah, he's got to come in and show force, right, and hit at least 7 up on the 20s. He's going to need to do the same thing. I like him being aggressive here, to be honest. If he goes and shoots that 19, 17, and then goes straight up either or, I like that move. And he does take a look at the 19. Closes that down.
Yeah.
Now you expect him to go back up. Oh, see? He went straight for that 17. Wanted to close those 2 bottom numbers. I like that play.
Battle
Really
in the
aggressive.
chat here is the better half of the Gavaras. She did ask a question here. What is the format? So it is just going to be the best of 3 here. Steve Hilger did take 1 loss in that third place match. So he has 2 now in total, meaning that if this best of 3 goes Rams' way, it is all said and done. Steve Hilger needs to complete the triple dip on the other hand of things.
Oh, wow. That makes it even worse, and the pressure on for Porky there. When we're looking at that, he's looking at this leg as could be the end of his life on this finale tour. But again, they've done what they wanted, right? They made it to the finals. They've got their seat secured to the elite finale in TOC in October. While these 2 are battling it out, I want to give a big thanks to PBD for bringing us in here and allowing us to commentate today, as well as Nick Jarrett taking care of the controls and giving us the guidance and help we so love today. Appreciate that. And thank you, everyone, for listening, watching. And here's great finals with Rams shooting at the 16s.
Yeah, same here. I've had a blast today. This is a lot more fun than it might seem on the outside looking in. I've had a really good time. And we get to watch great darts and have mediocre commentary with it, right?
Right, as my buddies say. I'd like to think at some point we wouldn't be mediocre, but it's going to take a lot of practice, just like darts, right? And so it might take some time. But,
you don't want to do too well. You don't want to do too well because then they'll start expecting it,
Our audience is used to mediocre. You're fine.
Oh,
ouch. Is that a dig at Sean? Oh, man.
You can pick anybody that's been on a PBD stream. It might be a self-dig. Who knows?
Nah, these guys do fantastic, and so I'm just honored to be on this stream, and hopefully everybody enjoys it as well. This game is pretty even here. Rams going to take a look at the trip 15s and get a look at the close on the 20s. Does shut down the 20, even though being behind the points. It's a smart move.
Yeah, but
I
I think the reason he did that is because he is down 46 points and not 45. So trip 15 did nothing for him, and it keeps the bull. It doesn't move the bull, right? So he closed the 20 to keep that there. Now he has a look. What is that, 5?
Yeah, great observation there. I didn't even recognize that. So fantastic play, heads up right there by Ram too. Gonna get the free look at the 3 bulls to win.
Oh, he's gonna get a look at it. Gross.
Oh, 4 hits, 4 of them. Needed 1 more. That's gonna leave Porky 2. You got to think that Porky's gonna take this, and they're gonna go into the tiebreaker.
Decider. Yeah, it's all going to come down to the cork. Player 1 has won both games, and I'm sure it went similarly in the previous one. So, oh no.
Wow.
Well,
this could be it, folks.
So, as we watch this last round,
that is it, 5:05. Yeah.
So, Kelly Sipe, Abby spot, and should be into the finals against Meredith. Am I correct in that?
What? Yeah. Wow.
So right now, I will say there looks like there was some confusion in how they set it up, because they did start their third place match, Kelly Sipe, Abby spot, but I don't know if they set it up correctly, and I believe they're trying to sort that out between themselves and PPD at the moment. We're waiting on a result of that. If Kelly Sipe is still playing, we will write it out with her, whether it be in the third place or the finals. If not, then we'll come back on to sign things off. Here is pretty much how things are looking.
All right. Understood.
Yep, sounds good. Again, My name's Tim Goodwin. I'm commentating out of Phoenix, Arizona, and again, glad to be here, and looking forward to hopefully seeing this finale if we can.
Yeah, joined by me, Brandon Neal, out of Omaha, Nebraska, and fingers crossed they get it worked out so that we can continue watching Kelly's run. I mean, this has been impressive. She ran through 3/4 of that last chance bracket, at least half of it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 matches in that last chance, assuming that the 4 and then the finals of that losers bracket. So assuming that sticks, that's quite the run against that level of competition. All of those
Agreed.
3+ and a couple of 4+ players in that bracket. It's quite the run.
Yeah, and I'm going to be selfish here because, I don't want this to end. I love to watch these darts. I love to see this competition, the level of play that these matches are bringing, and seeing different points of view, different perspectives as far as how they're shooting, when they're shooting. This is, for me, this is fantastic. If I wasn't commentating, I'd be sitting here watching it anyways.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Just talking to a blank screen.
Hoping that we get to watch this last one too, right? That's exactly where I'm. Either way, hoping we get to see it.
I'm intrigued. Kelly's definitely sat there and created the vibe of hey, we've got that character and they're putting in the battle. We've seen her go from losing a match to Heidi to winning a match against Heidi to fighting her way on that last bracket. I mean, this is what we want to see, right? And it's fantastic to see somebody and coming through. And she's not as well known as Abby and Meredith and some of these other players. So to see another female come up at that level in this type of competition fight, it is just great. I'm excited.
Yeah, agreed. And then you get the final boss of Meredith McGee. That's
I like how you call her the final boss. Although she is one of the sweetest women I've met. I love hanging out with her. She is awesome. And at some point I'd love to play with her, but normally she just kicks my butt when she's playing against me.
She makes a habit of that against a lot of people, I think.
My most famous Meredith story was her and I at TOC one year, the 2019 actually. We lost our first 2 rounds, and she said to me, this woman looked at me and said, "Man, you've won every other event or got top 4 in every other event, and we take our first 2 losses. Am I the problem?" And I was like, I can't accept that. So we went on a run in the last chance bracket, and then we were probably around like the 7th, 8th place, last chance cricket game. We were having so much fun talking to our opponents that not only did I miss my turn to shoot, not only did Meredith miss her turn to shoot, but also the opponents. All 4 of us missed a round to shoot. We were talking so long. And so we said, I guess it's fair enough. And we kept on playing in a last chance format. And then we ended up doing the run and getting, I believe we got 3rd place there together. And she is just one of those players that is so positive and likable. And I jokingly refer to her as the prom queen of darts.
I could see that. She's my wife's favorite player by far. So,
I take offense to that, Stephanie. Favorite. I used to be a pretty cool player.
Well, it has to be like a full-time player, Nick. I mean, come on. Just because you come out when.
Hi, my name's Tim Goodwin. I'll be running the switchboards from now on. And
right, good luck.
Yeah, I'll leave you behind the scenes. We're good here. I do want to recap some of these names if we haven't seen. I mean, we got Mike Maloney wins 1st place in one division. We've got Danny Baggish that wins his bracket out. We've got a finals match with Carolyn Noguchi and Madison Van Beek. That's going to be quite the battle for the finals there. And Ram, of course, we just watched, finished that one out. And so, yeah. Almost to the end of the rope here.
Yeah, and fingers crossed. Like I said, hopefully they'll get this worked out soon so that we can watch some darts.
Yeah, it looks like they are getting set up for the finals here, it looks like. So it looks like everything did get sorted there. Yeah, not sure exactly what happened there, but at the end of the day, we're here to just talk darts. The tournament organizers will figure that all out, right? They get the hard job today. So big shout out to the PBD staff members that work this event and any of these events, as I know for a fact, dealing with a bunch of competitive and intoxicated dart players can be some interesting text messages at times, some interesting things here and there. So big shout out to the PBD staff for always making sure this ship runs real tight.
I could not agree
I have to
more.
back
As
that up.
someone, as someone that plays in all of these events, it is amazing how well they run.
Yeah, I mean, as somebody has that's caused some of those problems in the past, it's fantastic to see how they handle these situations and respond. So, it's great stuff. I really like how well and how fast things go here, and the fact that everything is usually pretty well fair stated and ready to roll. As a player, it's nice to sit there and be ready to, not have to wait on certain activities or anything, and them being on top of it. It looks like we've got the match of our start here with the finale of Meredith McGee and Kelly. And
Wow. It's quite the court.
it's a pretty
Meredith
dang good
started with-
court. Trip 20, trip 20, trip
Meredith
19. That's
started with a ton, and she dropped a 177 on her. As I'm looking back at the Abby Spot Kelly side match, luckily there aren't many consequences to it, right? The money is very similar. They both qualified. It's a small discrepancy. If there were other possible, variables, then it might be a bigger issue. But I don't think if it were me and they got third place, I made it. I'm going to eat.
yeah,
Finish my
goal met. Yeah, like we mentioned over and over, we get to that top four, goal met. You've met that challenge. It's definitely nice to sit there and collect that extra cash, though, because first place today does rake in $300, second $250, and top four, it looks like it's what, 100?
So third would be 150.
Oh, yep. You're correct. Third's 150 and fourth walks away with $100. So, they are playing for a little bit of something. It's not like they're going to walk away with nothing. And so they're going to get money on top of getting their spot into that elite finale.
So we have a 3-mark start, close at 20, and then a 2-mark follow.
Yeah, this is probably going to be expected, right? Meredith may not come out shooting as hot as she has been sitting a while. And so Kelly, it's been a good time. And so with Kelly coming off, she should be able to take full advantage of this first leg. And hopefully, in her mind, she's going to want to try and push it down before Meredith gets on.
Yeah, because it won't be long, right? I mean, she's had to be
she's a professional.
top 2 in this bracket. So no surprise that she's there, and it won't take her more than a round or two to pick it right back up.
Yeah, and she has that, that form and that mental game of, and that preparation of how she does it on the line every time. She doesn't have to be in, a groove. She just has to sit there and know that she's setting up properly and let the darts fly. And you can see that in her when she's on stroke. It just goes.
I do have to say I'm very impressed with Kelly today.
This isn't the first time I'm impressed. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. The first time I got impressed with her was watching the Women's Challenger Series and seeing some of them battles that she's throwing up with. I believe she played with Jeff Springer, and who was another person that was throwing some fantastic darts up there and in that Women's Challenger Series. And so I'm not surprised to see Kelly here. I am surprised that she took the path and the route she did, because she had to battle and fight tooth and nail to get back up here.
Big shot.
What do we call that? Bang, bang. Darts hit. Great job, Meredith McGee.
See, I was trying to remember the phrase that you were saying there for 9 marks, and I kept thinking, boom, boom, daddy in the room. And I was like, nope, that can't be it. I was like, waiting for the clarification.
Yeah, It's funny. I got one of my jerseys or one of my T-shirts back then before jerseys and everything. We used to have our team name. It was Bang Bang Daddy's Home, BBDH.
I like it. I like it. And Robin Womble here does have a very interesting question in the chat. What do you do if you end up in 5th and you still have another voucher? And that's a tricky scenario because you're not guaranteed, right? You're just outside of that guaranteed spot. Now, of course, if someone drops out, the event doesn't fill, whatever it may be, they will start pulling those 5th and 6th place positions. And last year we saw some even 7th places, and the men's side of the things at least, get pulled in. I personally think 5th place, I would roll the dice and pass the voucher on to another player. But it's entirely dependent on there's nothing wrong with making sure you get that guarantee, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, in my opinion, you won both vouchers, right? You sat there and you earned them both. You used it. You got to 5th place. I would probably pass it on. But if you want to sit there and take that same, there's no reason not to sit there and take that type of that second voucher and compete against these people that you're expecting to play against and take that experience from this event. There is money earned here, so you can sit there and you're not going to lose any spots by going in and not placing any higher. But it could also be great experience that you earned it. You pay your money to enter, and who knows, you might get that top 4 spot.
Meredith just
Look at
hit
that.
another 3 triple round. I know it only counts for an 8 mark, but 3 triples in a round again.
But yeah, that right there puts a lot of pressure and puts Kelly way behind right now.
Yeah, those 2 rounds. Yeah, those 2 rounds just completely flipped that game. Kelly was ahead. And now Meredith steps back up with a chance to put this leg away.
Yeah, she's going to shut the door if she hits 1 triple, really. And you're just going to be forcing Kelly to hit 9 marks going forward to be in this leg.
Be interesting to see if she goes 16 or 15 first. I would probably go 16. Get that 3 number advantage.
She goes at the 15. I actually like your idea. That's where I would go personally. Again, looking at a 16 and a trip 16 gives you an advantage. If you hit a single, then triple, you get the points out of it. If you hit a single, then triple on the 15, you lose that 15,
Wasted the first start, yep.
Mm-hmm. And so I kind of like that, being as far up and how far ahead she was in points on top of having 2 beds, Kelly's closing that gap. She does. Comes within 4 points, hitting a 5 mark on the 15s. Great shot right there under pressure.
Clawing her way back in, as we've seen time and time again, just refusing to give up.
Yeah, again, this 15-16, and you wonder how far this is going to go again. I mean, she's going back and forth when we get into this lane.
So Meredith taking a cut at the 15 with the 2 number lead. Probably go back to point here. Nope, she closed the 15. I like it. Playing aggressive.
Shuts it down. But that does give the opportunity for Kelly right here to sit there and throw in a big 7 or 9 on the 16s and put Meredith back under pressure. Ooh, she's split him, huh?
Yeah. Field goal time. Got it.
Nails that field goal. Great shot right there. Does take the point lead. It's going to need at least 1 single to get the point lead for Meredith.
And she has been throwing the 17 for points. We'll see if that trend continues. And see if she wants to take a peek over at the 16 after. Nope, she's, again, proves me wrong.
Yeah, she takes 2 18s. I think she looks at the 16 because she's already there. Yep, it's a single. But that's right there, I think, is confidence and knowing that she's got some room to play.
Yep.
She's got some time here. She can sit there and make those moves that are a little questionable, being under pressure.
Hold on now. We might be onto something here if she wants to take a look. Nope, she's going to pile in the points. I like it. Extend the game a little bit. She's so good on the corners.
She is.
So good.
Creates some room. This forces Meredith to hit at least 2 triples to even look at that close. If I'm Meredith, I may even close or hit a triple and then close.
Yeah.
And just take my shot.
Yeah, there was definitely an argument to be made.
Yeah, she's going to need to hit a triple now. Here at this point, I stay there. I got to get point lead, force that pressure.
Does squeak
Big
out the
shot,
point
she
lead,
does
but now Kelly can hit a single 16 and take a look at the 2 closes if she wants. It gives her some of that last round she hit. Now she can really take a look.
She does take a look, hits a single 17, not going to move back at the 16, and hits a single. Man, she is just
Deadly on the corners.
Yeah, you got to think that you've got that big number. You think you'd be in control going in here, but she is fighting over and over and over on these corners.
Yeah, now Meredith's got single-itis. Can't find a triple. Commentator's
Yeah,
curse.
now she's in a tough spot here.
Got to hit a triple to get the lead. I thought she moved over for
Just
the 16.
outside. Now, if I'm Kelly here, I take my time and I try and smash triple close on the first dart. Does it?
She's in a good spot now, just single.
Oh, she is feeling good. She's going to hit that 16 and run that points up.
Oh my
Smashes
goodness.
it. Oof, look at that 8 mark. Talk about timing. Is this going to be a norm with Kelly here?
She's been clutch.
See?
She's been clutch all day, with the exception of that one game. She has been just clutch. I think that one miss in that one loss bracket game against Heidi, just kicked her into gear, and she has not looked back since. Incredible.
Yeah, she's sitting here getting these great starts, right? And then a little slack between the 19s and 17s, and then pure firepower when you get into the 16s, 15s. They're thinking to go easy, though. It's the Bulls.
Short arm that one a little bit.
Yeah.
She's in a good spot.
Meredith, it's smart to
balls.
take the look at that 16 because it adds a bull. But Meredith's got game shot. This could flip the script pretty quickly here.
Right. She needs 3 balls to take a look. Yeah.
Yeah, 3 balls and a double 16. She's looking at it going, man, I got a chance that I didn't think I was going to have here.
Double?
She does hit the double. Here we go. Are we going to pull this finale? Are we going to pull this? Takes her time. I think she nails it.
Oh, my goodness.
Got to give her a hand.
Unbelievable.
Even the dogs got excited.
That was just back and forth. Clutch dart after clutch dart.
If you guys are curious, Tim did not, in fact, clap. He just slapped a dog across the room. That was crazy.
Yeah, and it was on camera. All right.
Well, not for them.
Well, do not release the archives.
Oh, hey-oh, the double. That's a double funny.
Smash is a 7 mark to start. Here we go on the 20s. Now, I did not expect that turnaround. That was a flip back and forth on that first leg. And for Meredith to sit there and hold her composure, hit that single, hit that double, and then smash a trip 16 to finish shows the professional that she is.
Yeah, and then, to her credit, Kelly just took that, that demoralizing loss and then comes out and just peppers it 20 for a 7 mark. I think we're getting used to it by now, but she just has that refuse to lose mentality.
Yeah. A lot of players will sit there and take that beating, that last shot and go, wow, and come back and not know how to set up and start that next leg. And she's showing time and time again in this, and just today, that it's not a phase in her. She's ready to go. Fire up that next leg.
We do have a great comment here from PPD co-director Kayla here, the immortal. So someone's dog just scared the heck out of mine. Yeah. Oh, Kayla, thank you for working hard today. She's the co-director that is in charge of everything today. Carly Griggs does have the day off, and so she's been working hard in the background. Of course, do appreciate you giving us the opportunity to stream this, Kayla.
Definitely. Yeah, that's my Chicago doubles, mixed doubles partner. She tried to carry me, but I was quite a bit heavy.
And the board camera and the other camera went out for a minute, and I thought Danny did the old switcheroo on you. He came, pulled the power.
Went down the road and unplugged it on. I wonder if he's got bets on Kelly. What's going on here?
Well, that's an unfortunate, untimely miss from someone who's had great timing over the past couple of hours. Kelly has a uncharacteristic open round there, opens the door for Meredith to come through, and 45 points down, so a triple, and then take a look at the 20, which she hits right away.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh,
It's another trip 19.
Gotta think she's going up now.
Oh, it stays down there.
Not.
Triple three. Going back to that last leg, Brandon, when we were sitting there and that shot before Meredith shot the big shot, right? Kelly needed 2 bulls to win the leg.
Mm-hmm.
And she shot all 3, missing all 3 at it, right? And went for her, well, not all 3. She missed 2 and then shot her third one at the 16. If she hits that single right there, Meredith doesn't have game shot. Do you think she should have gone to the 16 first?
There's
a fight both ways, right? You got one dart to win with that double bull.
Yeah. It is. It's hard to. It's easy to say after, gosh, maybe.
Yeah, but that's one that's going to play in her mind, I'm guessing, over and over. Because I know I remember matches I played where I missed that one dart or took that one look on, ooh, if I switch that up, that changes everything.
Yeah. Meredith just comes up and hits another big round and grabs a hold of the lead here. Looks like Kelly's timing is a little off. Struggling in the wrong time to struggle a little bit. Hopefully she'll find that in the next round or two, but I don't know if Meredith's going to give her that opportunity.
I don't think she does. I think Meredith is trying to extend this, to be honest. And so I think the longer she extends this format, the averages are going to play their course, and she's going to sit there and just keep running away with it. And right there, first start trip 20 closes that. That's going to be a crusher, being 100 points up now. Takes her time and takes a look at the 18, just missing into the 1.
Yeah, it takes a really good hold on this leg, especially given, the history of Kelly's last couple of turns. Not really up to her standard over the day, but it looks like she's righted the ship. Needs to put another one in there, and does.
She does. Man, I like her form. The more I watch her, the more consistent it is. She's really smooth when she's in there.
Yep, very repeatable motion, and she does a really good job of repeating it. It's all in sync today. Fun to watch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and even when she is missing, it's not by much. We're talking about 1 or 2 holes.
Yeah, and I just think that if she keeps that up, she's just going to continue to get better. She's got the mentality for it. Right? She's a scrapper. She's clutch. So looks like Meredith wants to grab another zone. I know she's a fan of the bottom of the board too. Looks like she went to the 17 on that third dart as well.
That's something that I've fully believed has been the Florida effect, because every Florida dart player I've ever seen prefers 17s so heavily over 18s. And I truly believe that Kenny Doyle is the one that started that trend. Murph and Kenny play together a lot. She does it. I played several seasons of League with Kenny Doyle. Now I do it. And I noticed a lot of Florida players have that problem. I wouldn't even say it's a problem, although definitively, mathematically speaking, there's no reason to go over the 17 over the 18 other than preference. But more often than not, you'll also see 18 is usually people's worst or best number, and there's 0 in between, because the opposite side is a 12. There's no corresponding left side segment.
Right. Yeah, I used to be that way. And it makes sense, right? Especially if you throw the 19 first, because it's just right next door there. You don't have to change a lot. But I saw most of the top players choosing the 18 over the 17. It's 1 more point. It's 3 more points per triple. It makes a difference, especially when you start getting down into that you want to stay within a bull, or you want to, if you're 23 points down as opposed to 26 points down, it can make a huge difference 3 rounds later. So I made myself get better at the 18. I won't say it's my favorite number yet, but it varies day to day. Some days I love it. Some days I want nothing to do with it. Somebody needs to take the 4 off of the dartboard, because there was a time where, unfortunately, the 4 was my favorite number. Meredith is running away.
She is. Hits that trip 19, hits that trip 18. Going to, just missing that last one, but she is running away. But now we're back in them corners where Kelly really shines. We'll see what happens. But the going into the 18s and stuff, I really enjoy. I was the same way. I shoot 17s a lot before going to 18s. It gives me confidence to shoot into that 18. 18s always wasn't my strongest number. So what I did was spent more time on them and made it one of my stronger numbers so that I can go up and shoot it. And so and that's definitely helped my game a lot.
Yeah, same here. I still won't say I love it, but I will try to shoot it over the 17. And another uncharacteristic round by Kelly, 1 mark in the 16. And it looks like that Meredith blocked herself on her first 16 attempt, so she immediately switches over to the 15, catches a single. A little bit of good fortune for Kelly.
Yeah, she's going to get a look. Right back at the 16 she loves. Just short, though. You can tell the pressure is starting to get onto her, right? Smashes that trip 16 by where they're falling.
I think there's a little fatigue there, too, because everything's starting to fall just a little bit short. As your arm starts getting tired, your legs get tired, your brain gets tired. Especially the route she took, that has to be exhausting, both mentally and physically. So I think she's probably – go ahead.
Yeah, those are great points.
To be pragmatic too, the goal has already been accomplished, and I think that after Kelly kind of had the win taken out of her sails from Meredith's a huge game shot, I was trying to battle a little bit more, but that first real breakaway here kind of locked things in. I mean, right now these girls are playing for the difference of $50, right? And while I'm going to obviously take the $50, that's a a college football 25 video game almost. I get it, but also on the same time, I think the fatigue is absolutely in play here, and I think Kelly's not even too worried about actively fighting it off at this point. Not that she's thrown in the towel, but I think she's also accepted the position.
Well, once you have that adrenaline dump, good luck. It's so hard to get back. Almost impossible to really get back to that high that she had to have been on during that run that she made. So I
agree, and that's where you start seeing the holes that 1 or 2 holes are a little low, and again we're right back to what we've been talking about all day. She's done her job. She's made it into this finale. She's put up a fight. I mean, there's nobody going to sit there and say she didn't sit there and give her shot, because she's had her shot last leg, and she's been battling all day. And you never know, this one's not over yet either.
I was going to say she never gives up. You can you see how it's just it's fatigue, whether it's mental, physical, both. Not a lot of it. You have to run on adrenaline, at least some adrenaline there toward the end when you're tired. And when that goes, the run is over.
Yeah, and you got to think we're 5.5 hours into this, not including warm up time and prep time, let alone if they had time. Her run, she probably didn't have time to eat at any point, because you saw there was no breaks. So you're going to be on pure adrenaline, like you said. And if that goes, it's tough.
Yeah, huge shout out to her. It was fun to watch. She made my day today with her and her battles with Heidi and all of the other great matches that she's had, and all those clutch shots, but she's still continuing to hit. She just won't give up. It's impressive.
Yeah, this one's not over. She's still fighting. Double bull, makes the point lead and puts Meredith under pressure. But yeah, I agree. I think she's been fantastic to watch, fantastic to commentate on, because she's creating some sort of excitement, whether she knows it or not. It's been a lot of fun to sit there and watch these battles.
Yeah, and that's one of the funny things, being on the other side, playing at a streaming location, never knowing if you're on the stream or not. She might have no idea. I'm sure by this point she's gotten some messages and stuff, but yeah.
Yeah, she probably got the first message from Nick, and she says, "Yeah, whatever. They'll play me when they play me."
Yeah, but if she's like me, I will set my phone down right while I'm playing. So if people are messaging me like, "Hey, you're on the stream," I don't even see it until after the whole thing's over. So.
And that's like one of the best things you can do, right? I think now certain people will rise to the occasion on the stream, but I know for a fact that there's way more people that get nervous at the aspect, or even just start overthinking a little bit, no matter who you are. So that's honestly the benefit of being on these streams compared to some of the other ones, is you don't really have that mental awareness of when you are or not, other than when you're tagged. And honestly, my phone's out of my pocket, sitting on a table, upside down, silent, other than for pre-match contact. I don't use it for anything else.
Yeah, I agree. I set my phone on the table, turn the notifications off on my watch, and just do my thing. I think this one's about done.
Yeah, I think so. I think Meredith is about to finish this off as she does. Congratulations on taking down that bracket. Great job, Meredith. Great job, Kelly. Fantastic match there to begin with. And heck of a run today.
Yeah, and I don't want Meredith's excellent play today to go unspoken about, or to get overshadowed. Even though we may have come to expect that from her, it's still excellent work today. The ladies that she beat to get there, and then her performance in the finals, it's just, typical Meredith, just does her thing and cruises through a bracket.
Like you say, we can't say it enough, man. Well done. Great shot. That's definitely no easy feat whatsoever. Congratulations. And congratulations to all the winners today and making that elite finale, let alone all the other 4 brackets that you may make it in. So it was a pleasure. I'm Tim Goodwin, like I said, from Arizona. I'm here with Brandon Neal from Omaha. It's been a great day. I've really enjoyed the darts today. We've had some back and forth. Hopefully next time we'll get a few more streaming boards up and get some of those matches that some people are watching. But we cannot deny what we did get to see today was some great stuff. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, same here. I had a great time. Very impressed with the standard that we saw overall. And hopefully we'll get some of that same firepower next weekend. Hopefully.
Yeah, and you're going to be playing that one, right? Yeah.
I will. I will be in action next weekend, so won't be available.
I look forward to watching your brackets and be cheering you on. So I won't be in this one, but I look forward to seeing cheering you on, as well as all the other people in the brackets. There's definitely one nice thing about these TOC finales in Kansas City is it's a great time to catch up with players all across the country. There's so many people that I enjoy seeing at these events, let alone commentating and watching their matches. So I want to thank the PBD for putting this stream on, allowing us to commentate. Thank you so much for what a wonderful day to watch darts. I love it.
Yeah, I had a great time. Thank you, PPD, Nick, everyone. Hope to be able to do it again in the future.
Well, sorry, guys. It's your last time ever doing it. You're fired. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Do make sure to check out these guys and support them where you can. Purple Punch Productions. Brandon Neal, is there anything you want to shout out in particular for them to check out for you, whether it be sponsors or just your personal stuff?
Yeah, so I shout out my sponsor, Mammoth Custom Apparel, based in Omaha, Nebraska. Facebook page that I can get from my page, and then hopefully feel free to wish me good luck next weekend as I embark on my journey to the elite finale as well. So other than that, I appreciate everybody watching. Have a great rest of your weekend.
And of course, to make it even, Monster for Tim Goodwin there as well, to make sure we also get that one in there before Chris Trindad shoots me.
That's right. They're fantastic. Thank you, guys.
Absolutely, guys. And remember, August 3rd will be our next qualifier stream, and will also be the day of my birthday. So it's going to be Nick's birthday party stream featuring not Toronto Will. I know that much. So, because they wouldn't show up to my birthday. So it'll be a fun time. And of course, August 10th, August 17th for those other qualifiers. Monday night here, we do have a great matchup in the Women's Choice Challenger Series. Livia, Terry, Cheyenne, Richards will be excuse me, is that correct? No, Lane Lysak And no, it is Cheyenne. I'm sorry, I psyched myself out like 3 times there. It is Cheyenne Richards. She did best laying Lysak in the 4th place match. So Cheyenne Richards and Olivia Terry will be duking out to see who plays Chrissy Grimmel in the finals. So make sure to tune in for that one as well. And anybody still here, make sure to go over to USA Darts right now. They are live with the Music City Classic going on. But that should do it for us. Any last words, boys?
Nope. Appreciate everybody's time. Have a great rest of your weekend.